everyone, and welcome to the season 1 finale of Higher Education, a 5th edition Dungeons and Dragons game set in the Strixhaven setting with a wholly original story centered around a squad. I don't know why I said that. A gaggle of grad students that are trying their best to finish their theses and comprehend the weightiness of a deityship. And we're really excited to be here with you today. I've got some other stuff to talk to you about, but before that, let's go around the horn and have everybody introduce themselves and who they'll be playing tonight. Connie.
Hi everyone, I am Connie. My pronouns are they, he, and she. You can find me across the internet at ByConchang, BYCONNICHANG. And tonight I am playing Stag Zograves. Mystagogue Zograves, they, she pronouns, a Goliath barbarian who just wants to be a bard, who just wants to play music, Dad. I don't want to go to war. I want to play music. And we are going to be convening at her ritzy manor and estate in the windy, snowy mountains for tonight. And nothing will go wrong at her Ascension Ball. Like, absolutely nothing. And it's definitely not presumptuous of her dad's to plan an Ascension Ball in the first place when she hasn't ascended yet. And also her thesis kind of sucks. Like, it's all over the place. It's like 400 pages long. It talks about nothing. It's about war and also the purpose of war and also like the history of war and like the effects of war. And there's just like, that's her thesis. That's literally her thesis. And if you're any kind of student, you know that that is a terrible thesis. Speaking of non-terrible theses though, I'll pass along introductions maybe over to Drac, who's playing Baru.
Hi. Oh, wow. My thesis is not bad. Okay. Hi, I'm Jack, or Draconics. I use he, they pronouns. You can find me on Twitter at Draconics, that's DRAKONIQUES. I do a bunch of TTRPG stuff. Just follow me on Twitter to find out what. I'm playing Barugash, who uses she, he, they pronouns. They are a inventor Gorgon, all about constructs and mechanics and the magic and combining those together. We have a construct named Star, which they've been working on for the past like 5 or 6 years. And yeah, they also have a thesis, which I wrote somewhere, but it's basically about the how magic and arcane interactive machines and the simple mechanics of them, with Star as her grand masterpiece. I was invited to this ball before anyone, without even Stag knowing, which is going to be interesting. Yeah, it's going to be fun. Nothing's going to go wrong is the thing. I think it's going to be a really peaceful, calm, fun Ascension ball, honestly. Don't you agree, Liv, who I'm going to pass it over to?
Yeah, I do. Hi, I'm Liv. I use she, they pronouns. Today I will be playing Cyril Lillytwill, who uses they, them pronouns. The fairy warlock of the group, with an arch-fae patron, and a thesis about how the time of Ascension affects the local flora and fauna of Strixhaven. That is what they ended up changing their thesis to after a giant purple worm. You should do a little recap. It's the season finale. Go back, watch all the good times. Very excited to be with everybody. And very excited for a ball. I love a ball. Oh, and speaking of ball, I'm gonna pass the ball over to C.
Corny.
Ooh la la. That was kind of corny, but
It's fine. It's better than going around the horn. I'm joking.
I could leave and y'all could do this yourself, actually.
No, it's not you, Vana. You're not the one arguing about horns.
Don't bring that up.
Hamna and I are having a very deep feud right now. But it's okay because
we're not
I'm
having
right.
this conversation in front of the children.
It's okay. You get a pass this time. But hi everyone, my name is Cia. I use they them pronouns. I'm just thinking really hard about cows right now. But what I will say is that I'm playing Ecstasy tonight, who uses they them pronouns, who is a death nun, who I think, you know what, demon possession is okay. Demon possession is good, actually. So 3 cheers for that. They're going to be having a super normal time is all I can say. And Ecstasy also has horns because they are, a dragonborn tiefling person. And they are also a ranger rogue. So, Gloomstalker Ranger. And I'm having a weird one because I'm only thinking of cows, so I need to reorient myself. Hamna, how are you doing?
Good. I know apparently not a lot about cows, and I'm wielding my ignorance against C. Hello, everybody. My name is Hamna, and I use any and all pronouns. And today I will be playing Jaysha, who uses they, ray pronouns, our Earth Genasi blood hunter sorcerer, whose thesis is actually about how to bring divinity to the people. How do we alter people biologically so that they can be a little bit more like divinity? Seems doable enough to me, I think. And I will pass it right back to Vana.
Just inject them with some of that good old divinity. Send them on their way. Amazing. So that's our players. I'm Vana, Havana, whatever you want to call me. And I will be your GM this evening, as well as producer and all the other bits and bobs that come along with this production. I would like to let you know that this season of Higher Education is indeed presented by Penny Dragon Games. Go check them out at !PDG on their website, and keep an eye out because they've been putting out Kickstarter after Kickstarter for a little thing they call $1 one-shots. And basically you get an entire module, you get an NPC, you get a monster, and it's basically something that you can center a one shot or a mini campaign around, or slot it into your ongoing campaign. And it's super easy, and it's $1. And all of the assets are digital. So once the Kickstarter closes, you usually get it within 2 weeks of the Kickstarter closing. No waiting a year or what have you for a physical version. So you'll be good to go within the month of contributing. So keep an eye out for that. Check out our other sponsors, ! Sponsors in the chat. They're all amazing. They make assets and helpful tools and amazing art for your tabletop RPGs. So please go check them out and treat yourself to something delicious. Not delicious in a flavor way, but in a heart way. Delicious for your soul way, you know? You deserve nice things. So go check all of them out. You can also check out, they'll pop up on the screen as well, and some will play during the break as well. So keep an eye out. We also have a daily goal. Today, I've apparently set the goal to $2. Hold on.
Hey, if we hit the $2 goal,
Come on, hit it.
Can't we do it?
$2. It's cheaper than a Starbucks drink.
It's a
And
lot
better
cheaper.
for you.
It's a lot cheaper than a Okay. There we go. 200. There we go. We're doing an extra long episode for the finale today. And by extra long, I mean an hour longer, which is a lot longer in the terms of like, how much time do we have on this earth and how much energy do we have to expend on the things that we care about and
how long's left between the heat death of the universe? It's honestly all of it.
I'm going to come out and say right now, up here at the top, considering all the time that I have in my life and all the energy I have and all the things I could possibly do with my time, I'm very glad I am here with all of you this Saturday.
What the fuck?
That's kind of like gay, but okay.
See, I think
bro.
Liv's gay.
Damn.
But we have a daily goal of $200 today, and if you help us hit that, it supports all of us directly. The money is split evenly between us, and it will unlock some bonus content down the line. But yeah, I made it a little higher today since we're going a bit longer today. So any support in that regard is very much appreciated. I also want to point out to you our content warnings. HECW in the chat at any point. Please take care of yourself first and foremost, always. If any of these are going to be, thank you Mojo for the $30 tip. These are going to be triggering or upsetting or uncomfortable for you. And also, as we're going on, if new ones pop up and you need to step away, we totally understand and want you to prioritize your health and happiness. But currently, so far, we've explored themes of fantasy violence, complex and complicated relationships, romance and flirting, nudity, references to sex, possession, death of family and loved ones, trauma and grief, derealization, psychological abuse, bullying, mentions of terrorism. So yes, please take care of yourselves and do what you got to do. You can also check them out !HE to get a link to our socials and our podcast, which we are up to episode 9 on there, I believe. And 10 is in the can. I just haven't posted it yet. So go check that out if you like to catch up in an auditory way. You can also check out our wiki page, aka our Obsidian portal page, which has written recaps that are pinned by our one and only C. And they're really awesome. And so if you miss a couple episodes, super easy and effective way to catch up. What else we got? Also, if you do follow us on Twitter and end up posting about the show, please use the hashtag HigherEdRPG. We would love to see what you think about the show, and we've already had some like fan art and some fanfic, and it's always like really fucking titillated us. So thank you to everybody who's already shared or anybody who's considered sharing. We definitely want to see it. So make sure to use the hashtag so we don't miss it. Okay, I think that is it. Thank y'all so much for being here. I've got a pinned tweet at the top of chat. If you want to engage with that, retweet it, comment, like, all helpful for pushing the message out that we are doing our finale today and live a little bit early. So yeah, we've got a lot to get through today. So I think let's go ahead and get started. Titty-lated. We last left our beloved party members in the midst of an intense conversation. After Agni seized momentary control of ecstasy during their time at Fragrance Fineries, X's companions are eager to understand their connection. Ecstasy has shared some details. Jasha has divulged their experience meeting Agni in X's subconscious, and Baru has probed for the role X's bow plays in the collection of misery for their paired Demagoth. We find the five of them collected at the edge of the slumbering lake. Its surface is so placid that not even the smallest or faintest of ripples mars its surface. The party is left alone, as most of the locals and visitors are superstitious about the location, thinking that if they disturb the glassy surface, even incidentally, they will be cursed. There's a prolonged silence as each person tries to process what has been shared so far and consider the best way to move forward from it.
I think X finally breaks eye contact with Baru as this stinging spell had lashed out and hit her, and kind of pulls themselves up, this real expression etched into the corners of their face as their brows pull down and narrow, like they're having some kind of argument with themselves. And they take 3 steps forward, pivot on their heel, 3 steps back, 3 steps forward, 3 steps back, as they pace in this tight little circle, like they're trying to figure something out, like somehow moving their feet will be able to help them find the words that are so far and so hard to find all of a sudden. And then X finally turns and looks at Stag. If I were to wield your axe, would I blame the blade for cutting me if I mishandled it? They turn to Baru. If I were to stick my hand inside of Star and electrocute myself on the wiring, on the arcane, on the magic, would I blame the machinery? They turn to Ciro. If I were to stick my hand into the bog and find a poison lily, would I blame the flower for blooming? And they look at Jasha. If I were to take one of your potions and watch it eat away the inside of my soul, would I blame the magic? Power comes from somewhere. My power, this is how I get my power. Of course, it hurt when you reached into it. I have been training my entire life to be able to wield this. All of it. My whole life has been spent to do this one thing. It was the last thing my mother ever wished for me. It was the last part of her that I am able to carry with me. And I am not leaving it behind.
And Baru kind of wipes their nose as there had been some blood dropping from it from that attack. I don't really understand what's going on. I'm not asking you to leave without this. I think we're just worried about you. I mean, I am. I suppose I shouldn't speak for everyone else.
Baru, and X kind of gets down, gets a little bit closer. I can do this. This is what my whole life has been designed around. Since I was born, this is my destiny. And it's always been my destiny. And I'm proud beyond measure to be able to hold it, because if I wasn't able to, Agony would be out here with us. Agony would hunt for their own pain, their own misery, their own sorrow. And I'm able to collect it for them in a more gentle way, so they don't need to hunt, so they don't need to farm it for themselves. I promise.
Has that happened before, though? Agony controlling you through this?
And X leans back on their heel a little bit, and their hand reaches up to touch the single crossed out mercy. No. Being away from the monastery so far is hard. And it's harder to control when I'm not guided.
I turn to Jasha to see their reaction.
Jisha, I think, has been taking all of this in, this explanation that X has given, and they, I think, are torn, because on the one hand, they understand what X is saying. They understand that power is inherently dangerous to some extent. When mishandled, when misused, can hurt. Ray understands that Ray walked into something that, without knowing what it was. They accept that. But on the other hand, it's clear to Rem anyway, maybe X doesn't agree, that Agony's power is unstable, is perhaps a little bit more than what X can handle, at least right now. If Agony is taking over their body, taking over their actions. And so I think Jasha is kind of wrestling between these two thoughts, and in this silence, they look at X and really study their expression, the way that they move, trying to separate out the parts that are X and the remnants of Agony that might remain. And when Jasha finally speaks, it's soft and hesitating. Controlling a hunter is even a noble task, some might say. But if Agony controls you, they might be more dangerous than on their own.
Trust me, on their own, even the 5 of us wouldn't stand a chance. We keep each other in check. I'm like a shepherd, but my flock is a wolf, a single charge. They pick up the bow again. This is, like you said, Baru, a siphon of sorts. It keeps us balanced from each other. ideally. It's a
And
safeguard.
What happens when the safeguard fails? Like it did today.
The safeguard did not fail today.
That's not what it seemed like at all.
It was a momentary lapse. I haven't been sleeping well.
Right. So if something as simple as not enough sleep is enough to let this out for your guard, your watch to be broken, do you understand why Jasha's rightfully concerned?
Yes. I understand why you might be concerned.
I can help. Maybe now that I know at the very least that this can hurt me if I'm not careful, I think I can work with it. I can make it, I suppose, enhance its safeguard, make it so that it can't control you, almost like a dampener of sorts. It will take a while. From the looks of it, it's using some almost archaic runes that I haven't had a chance to learn yet, but it kind of almost falls into my thesis anyway. So I have some understanding of it.
I might be able to point you in a good direction. I've been scouring the library for continuations of the research that my mother was doing.
Your mother did research at Strixhaven, or just in general?
We had our own libraries at the monastery.
Oh.
X, if we are to be careful not to stick our hands where they don't belong, as you put it, what do I do if I wander by accident again in Agony's space, dreamscape, plane? I'm not really quite sure what to call it.
Run.
I
Turn around and run as fast as you can. I don't know how you got in there. Honestly, it should have killed you.
don't know either. It was an accident.
How did you get there?
I was brought there by, well, do you remember back in the common room when we were all looking at those papers together with two other students? Believe it or not, I met one of those stone creatures larger than life in my own dream, and it told me that it needed to show me something, that it was important, and took me to Agony. I don't know why that was important for me to see.
Interesting. Interesting.
Does that mean anything to you?
Not yet. I'd have to do some more research.
Bo stands up. They'd been on the ground cross-legged this whole time as they had previously been doing the ritual to investigate this bow. But after X takes it, and after Jasha mentions this dream and meet in Agony, they stand up and walk to Jasha and just go, "Can I see your hands?"
Yes, here. And Jasha will like reach out with both of her hands.
and I would take both hands and I'll pull out it's probably like chalk or something. I think it works pretty well on your skin anyway. And I draw a quick rune on the palm of both of your hands. And while I'm doing this, I'm saying, I got hit with a spell that I think it felt like it originated from you, but it couldn't have. Can you cast Mind Sliver, the spell we used for the ink? Can you try to do that, please?
Yeah, of course. And I think Jaysha will go and move their hands in sort of the somatic gesture that they normally would to try and conjure the fractals to cast Mind Sliver. And as they do so, I think the fractals start to form at their fingertips, just the beginning of the spell, and then they quickly fade away as if they had been glitching out in some way.
And I think in response, the runes I had marked on your hand, they're with white chalk, and they very quickly darken to ash and then just fall off your palm as Baru kind of watches and immediately starts biting their nail. What happened when you met Agony?
You'll forgive me, X. Agony scared me. It wasn't easy meeting them. And at one point I thought that they were going to hurt me, and so I tried to defend myself. Cast Mind Sliver. But why can't I?
It's pain. It eats misery and pain. You were afraid, and it took all hope. If you were trying to defend yourself, it would have taken that from you.
Did it give it to you then?
I don't know.
Can you try?
X nods and comes over to where Baru and Jaysha are.
Hold on, can I have your hands?
Yes.
Okay, and I think this time I probably wouldn't take out chalk. I imagine, are your hands, as a tiefling, are your hands kind of scaly? Do you think chalk would take well on your skin?
Yeah, I think their nails are slightly longer than normal. But the bottom of the ridges of their fingers are a little scaled, but the palms are actually rather smooth.
Smooth, okay. I think in that case, they'll take out like probably like a marker of some kind and draw another rune, different to Jaysha's. I think if anyone knows runes, it's like more of like an identify spell, the equivalent of that, and they draw it on the palms of your hands and then go, okay, now go ahead.
What does the spell feel like, Jaysha?
It feels like the thorn of a rose being plucked off of the stem and pricked into the palm of somebody else's mind.
I understand that. And X kind of...
She can take it.
Okay. I'm sorry, Star. And X closes their eyes and inhales and tries to cast the spell.
Okay, I guess this is a question for you, C, is can X cast the spells that Agony can cast?
I don't think so.
Okay. So, nothing happens.
I think the whole time, Baru's like looking at the palms of X's hands. Were you able to do it?
Either I don't know how to cast the spell or it doesn't belong to me.
I mean, that makes sense. It belongs to Jaysha, so...
Well, yes, but was it the bow? Can the bow, or is it Agony? themselves. You can wipe that off your hand now, by the way.
Can I keep it?
Yeah, if you want. I think it'll probably come up on its own at some point. I didn't use a permanent marker, but yeah.
I'll keep it, thank you.
Okay. But I rather check with actual methods and facts, but it felt like it came from you, Jaysha, but it doesn't seem you can cast it anymore.
That wasn't me. At least not intentionally.
When I give agony, misery, sometimes that's the moment that the door is open between us and I can get what they offer me. It's possible that you opened up another line of connection in that moment if they took it from you.
Is this anything like you getting magic from your patron Zero, or you even Stag with your ancestors? Does this feel similar?
I mean, it sounds somewhat similar. I mean, I have an agreement with the Lady Nida, and that's how I get my magic. But why Jaysha out of everyone? That's another question.
That I don't know yet. But I think it has to do with whatever it was that you saw in your dream.
I think it has something to do with this lake. If it's okay with everybody, I'd like to camp out here tonight. We won't stay long. Just one night. So I can maybe learn a little bit more.
One caveat. We're tying a rope around your waist and then tying the other end of that rope around a tree or something. So if you want to go spelunking again in the middle of the night, you don't drown yourself.
Right. I don't know that I actually went into the lake.
You were wet. Like sobbing.
I was underwater in my dream. I don't know if that's... But sure, you can...
I mean, like,
tie me to a
all
tree.
of you was wet, Jaysha, not just like the bottom part, which is usually what happens when people think they were swimming or something in a dream, so... Unless... Anyway.
Right.
What I'm hearing, I don't know anything about magic, but what I'm hearing from all of this is X, you need to get a better night's sleep. Because all this started happening when he started doing that sleepwalking stuff, right?
Yes, actually, since I've been at Strixhaven.
Aha! I'm a fucking genius. That's right. So we just need to get you a good night's sleep. Find a way to get you to like that nice deep REM, like doze, hunk shoe kind of sleep. And then maybe Agony won't be able to claw their pretty little fingers back onto the surface of your mind.
Has anybody ever tried to sing you a lullaby? I mean, nobody here is a singer, but...
What a weird thing to bring up, Jaysha. Suddenly, what do you... A lullaby? What is X? Like 9 years old? Come on.
Music.
I do listen
helps.
to my Stonify sometimes, but I've never had someone actually sing in real life.
Well,
I've never shared a
what do you
room with
listen to?
anyone before, so
I'm not much of a singer. I could probably maybe sing you a lullaby. My mum used to sing me one.
I can play 3 different classical instruments, but I cannot sing.
and X turns their big, shiny black eyes on Stag. They look kind of small. They're in their really cute outfit, their hair slicked back, and they look vulnerable for the first time ever. They blink and they tilt their head a little bit, and the bell kind of tips, and it like almost gets to the point where it might hit and make a sound, but it doesn't. It's just shy.
Okay, yeah, fine. I'll sing a lullaby tonight, and everyone else, you have to close your ears, like shut them, until X is asleep.
So
Got
are
it.
we all camping out, or
Yeah, I assumed so. We're not just gonna leave Jasha here, tied to a tree. That's weird. As funny as that would be.
Please don't. I will say though, I wasn't the only one sleepwalking that night. Would it be pertinent to tie X to a tree as well?
Maybe we should all tie ourselves to each other.
X? I was gonna say the exact same thing, and I think Sarah's just smirking at Stag.
Yeah, that's actually pretty smart. I can be the anchor, you know. So if any of you try to pull against, I'm really just big. I weigh a lot. So, we could probably also use Star as an anchor. I bet Star's super heavy because.
No, I think Star should just be allowed to. I look at our charge.
Oh,
You
it's fine. I think honestly actually thinks it X. I got an arcane transceiver, so they kind of just charge constantly in the background, kind of cycling through the weave that's kind
We
of
should
translated through me.
we should do a buddy system. I'm small, X is small, Baru is small, so Baru will be tied to Star. I'll be tied to Jasha, and X, you can be tied to Stag.
I
Oh.
think that makes sense.
Oh. And Stag looks at Zero with like a new expression dawning on their face, and they, in front of everyone, do a big wink. Yeah, yep. Great buddy system. Yeah.
Zero wants to die, but yeah, sure.
What was that? Barry looks between Stag and Zero.
Baru, can you come help me set up the camp? And Ciro's just gonna drag Baru as they start like talking about like how they should set up camp and start druid crafting to create like a little bonfire, all that stuff.
Yeah, y'all can set up either like out in the open by the lake, or if you look around for a little bit, you do find like a little cave, more like an alcove. It doesn't go back very far, but it is like an overhang. It is some form of shelter, but it's not the weather is fine tonight too, so
Perfect.
whatever you like.
I think Jasha in particular wants to be a little bit closer to the lake, if that's okay with Zero, who is going to be tied to Rem tonight. So if other people want to be in the cave, that's fine. But I think Jasha is going to try and set up like their tent closer to the lake.
That's fine.
Are we all in our? We got chased out, didn't we? Are we still all in our like ball outfits?
Yeah, we are.
Yeah,
You have your
Ciro's
bags with your regular clothes in them,
Yeah,
though.
Ciro's
Yeah.
gonna change before they start setting all this up because nobody is getting these nice outfits messed up. Not on my watch.
Yeah.
I also don't know if y'all would have tents.
Yeah, we literally came out here
That's
to go
so
shopping.
true,
We probably
but,
didn't bring tents or anything.
Let me look at these spells. What spells can I waste out in the wild?
I have Forge Fire, which I can
Anyone
just
have Tiny
create a
Hut?
bonfire.
No, I don't have Tiny Hut. All I have is Druid Craft.
No one's practical enough to have tents.
Yeah, I'm looking, and none of the things that I can do helps with shelter.
Well, I have a bedroll in my backpack.
Yeah,
I mean,
we all have
we all
bedrolls.
do,
Rope and stuff.
technically.
We all have bedrolls.
You're not
we do,
special,
Vana.
Stag. Jesus.
I think we all
Bara brought
sing.
it. Yeah, I don't think Bara brought it. I think it makes sense because Bara's like, I'm going to be either carrying or ordering pounds of metal. I'm not going to bring anything else because I plan on coming straight back afterwards.
Here's my pitch is, okay, everybody has a bedroll, so you're paired up. So one bedroll is the bottom that you lay on, and the other bedroll you unravel to be the top blanket. And then you just have to snuggle really tight to fit under it, you know?
I mean, we are doing the buddy system anyway.
And whoever's paired with Baro is
True.
fucked, I guess.
Wait, I'm paired with Star, I think.
Oh.
Yeah, you are.
Oh yeah. Well,
You're
Star
literally
radiates heat
Star,
anyway,
yeah,
so
Star
I'm good.
doesn't need a blankie, I suppose.
Star is warm anyway, so.
Mm-hmm. What's the plan, y'all?
I think that is the plan.
Okay.
Camping trip, yay!
So you get to work, and Baru starts a little fire, and you position your bedrolls appropriately or inappropriately. I'm winking. And you're all sort of cozying down for the evening as the sun sets.
At some point, I left a good far distance from the group to get changed, to get out of my dress because I don't want people watching. But then, yeah, I'll.
So while
Hurry
you're
back.
away, an owl bear bursts out of the bush. Just kidding.
Let's come back like, wow. Unfortunate, I guess I'm leaving.
You have to fight it naked. Naked and afraid.
And the bear's hyped up on some magical substance. Ah.
Oh my god.
Not
Is it just
cocaine bear.
Cocaine owl bear?
Cocaine owl
Cocaine
bear.
owl bear.
Honestly, would run that one shot.
Yeah.
Next idea for pull up a sheet. Let's
Yeah.
go.
Yes.
What a horrible introduction to whoever's new to tabletop.
Pull up a
RPG.
sheet. Pull up a sheet for April Fools.
Yes.
It's a honey heist game.
You put out like this
You keep it
like a word
better.
Cocaine bears.
No, we're all hyped up on coke.
Oh God.
You have two stats, cocaine and bear. Wait, we need to write this. We need to write this
So
down.
funny.
Such an easy hack.
Welcome to our game dev stream.
Look at us. You can't take that. If anybody
Don't.
outside of this
Well, no.
Trademark.
stream
I can
does
take
it,
his hours now. You can't do anything.
Well, no. Copyright. See the circles around it, okay? Stamped. It's around C. All right, so y'all are cozied up, and it is. I mean, you don't have a lot, but what you do have is your youth and your
Your deep depression.
your good looks and peace and quiet. Because again, people don't come around this lake because again, it will curse you, which none of you seem to be too worried about.
we have the chosen one of the lake.
It only curses you if you put your hand in it. So like, just don't touch it.
I mean, no, but even if you disturbed it incidentally, so if like you were walking and you kicked a rock and the rock rolled, down the hill
just
and
don't
landed
kick
in the
rocks.
water.
Just
I'm
don't
not
kick some
saying
rocks.
you put a boot to it. I'm just saying.
Zero watch as Jason like pulls their bedrolls closer and closer to the lake, and it's just like,
No, we're gonna.
you sure,
we're gonna
bestie?
bring that back here. Oh my goodness. Cool. Does anybody say or do anything as you're sitting around the fire and getting ready for your snooze fest?
Do you want to take
think-
first watch? I guess we probably should still keep an eye out.
I can if you like, Baru.
No,
should do it in pairs.
the whole point is that you're supposed to sleep. That's the whole reason why we're doing this.
That is a good point, actually.
X looks a little fretful.
Okay.
A Star could keep watch all
Yeah.
night.
Yeah,
The
no,
voice
Star
of
can
God just told us something really important.
Why does Scott sound so cool?
Oh my God, God
Actually-
sounds so single. It's so weird.
Actually, actually, a new upgrade. I can actually use this as an opportunity to test it out. I put essentially a kind of
Baby
sensor,
monitor.
a sensor on Baru, so they should be able to keep watch even when I'm asleep. They won't be able to do anything like that requires much dexterity, but they can at the very least make noise when something or if something goes wrong.
Oh, like that? It just triggered.
That's another thing I'm working
This
on.
is such a
Hold on.
strange
I
area. I
like
feel
it.
like I'm hearing
If that's the siren, I like it. I like that. Don't you?
I'm into it.
it's
It
not
would
meant to be
definitely wake me
that,
up.
But if
Uh-huh.
I guess people like
It's kind
it,
of
I can
it's kind
keep
of
it.
cute. Like if Star had a voice, I always imagined it would be kind of like Stag's voice, right? Like deep
What?
and low and like sultry. But I like the idea of
Sultry?
Star having like Cyril puts a hand up, just fully. But I like the idea of Star having this like really cute itty bitty voice.
Yeah, I'll write it down maybe.
Cyril, I'm never gonna let you forget that you called my voice sultry.
Okay.
Unbothered.
Zero has nothing to hide.
Oh wow, where did this acoustic guitar come from? It's so
Anyway,
weird.
here's one.
Anyway, here's
Speaking of sultry, where's Wonderwall? Aren't you supposed to be singing?
Wonder prismatic wall.
Yes. Wonder Wall of Force. Okay.
Wonder Wind Wall.
Wonder wind wall.
Y'all are nerds, Jesus Christ.
But
Whose
yeah,
channel are we on?
we're playing fucking D&D, of course we're nerds.
What do you mean? What does that mean?
You're the king
It
of
means
nerds.
you
here,
are the
Vanna. We're on your
supreme
channel.
nerd.
We're giving you the crown.
I'm very
is true.
cool. I learned to crochet recently.
No one's ever said those two phrases in the same breath.
You know what, Vanna? I think you're cool, but also a nerd.
Vanna.
You could be a cool nerd.
You can be both. They
Right.
exist.
I'll try
You're
to
the king of nerds.
I'll try to compartmentalize these aspects of myself. Anyway, Stag, you've been nudged by Ciro to play your promised lullaby.
Yeah, so Stag, I did say I was only going to sing it just for X. And I'm not giving out a free concert in the park here. X,
You
if
could.
you know. Huh?
You could give out a free concert in the park.
I would rather not. I would rather just keep it between us. You know, it's
Ciro's going to yawn so over dramatically, and then I figured we're tied at this point. Yeah, start like hovering just enough to pull the the rope taut like a dog trying to drag its owner. It's gonna look at Jason and just like, I'm tired and I still need to do my skincare routine. I don't care if we're camping, and try to go towards their spot to give these two privacy.
Jisha will be reluctantly dragged along for this skincare routine.
Boris
Stag-
stands there.
yeah, as Ciro like flutters away with like the rope being dragged taut, Stag just kind of mutters under their breath, like a little Pomeranian with wings.
I'm glad Pomeranians are canon.
I assume dogs existed.
Yeah, I just love that specifically Pomeranians came up from the blood age.
They're small and vicious.
They're small and vicious.
Survived the cockroaches of
they're-
dogs.
they
They
are-
survived.
They're beloved by goblins. They have similar energy.
Huh.
Stag owns a Pomeranian. Has like one of those crusty little white like.
Why
You
is
know
it
what I mean? Crusty
crusty?
dog. Yeah.
Why is it crusty? What is it crusty with?
They tend to get eye
Like eye
crust.
stuff.
Yeah.
Oh.
Hi, I used to own a Pomeranian.
This is all coming together. It's all
Yeah.
making sense.
Oh, worm.
It's like the Asian dog. Like if you like you own either like a crusty old little white fluffy kind of Shih Tzu or dog or something. Anyway, I'm getting off tangent. Stag is gonna stand there looking off after Ciro and then go, all right, Baru, you gonna be okay tied to Star?
Yeah, that should be good.
Cool. All right, well, have a good night. I'm gonna X, if you don't mind, let's go to the back of this cave.
Okay.
That's probably where it'll like echo the least, you know, so people can't
That's-
hear us.
Where it'll echo the most.
What?
Nothing.
Why? No, we'd be so far away.
Yeah,
Yeah,
no,
exactly.
you would be so far away. Okay, let's go.
All right. Acoustics. And Stag says that, and her voice echoes to like acoustics, 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 like in the cave as she starts like marching deeper into it.
Are you going to start singing now?
Oh, yeah, okay, sure. This is a good spot. Let me just settle down here. So, do you have like a request?
One of your songs.
One of my songs. Okay. Well, a lot of my songs are like, I don't know, they're kind of sad. Like the lyrics are kind of, intense.
Yeah, but I like them.
Okay. Yeah, all right. I guess I can, and Stag pulls out her axe and like places it across her lap. And I think causes the strings to come up and maybe like even toggles a few knobs that are on the body of the axe to like change into acoustic mode. So it's not like distorted and has a bunch of like compression and whatnot. Okay. Here we go. And she starts playing her guitar and singing.
Roll me a performance check.
Oh God, I forgot we were playing D&D. Let's do this. Okay. Come on, big money. Do I get advantage because I'm gay?
I'm wondering if you should get disadvantage because you're gay.
What?
I need that clip immediately. I need that clip on my desk.
Homophobia.
I'm saying you're obviously so nervous. I don't know why you would have advantage.
Because of my feelings for X, I really want to impress them.
Okay, high or low?
Oh my God, low.
No
Damn.
advantage.
Okay, that's fine. I can go with a flat roll. That's fine. Here we go. Oh, damn. Okay, that's a natural 7. That's a 12. It's pretty average.
A 12? No, I think it's you don't perform for people very often. I think it's genuinely like a lovely song, but it is obvious that you're nervous. You're not like Stevie Nicks performing to the 1000th time in front of a coliseum full of people. Like, it's like endearingly like twangy kind of, and hesitant in parts.
Mm-hmm.
Does that seem fitting?
No, super fitting. Like she knows what she's doing, but she's like quite anxious. She's never, aside from earlier today in the music shop for some reason, she's never performed for people, and she's never sung in front of someone intentionally before, because in the music shop she was just doing a guitar solo. She like wasn't singing too. So here she's like going over like the strings. She's like, I don't know, I'm so nervous. And she starts like strumming and singing, and she like pauses after like a few words and goes, wait, that's, oh, should I sing the second verse first? Sorry, I'm just start from the top. And she's gonna like begin from the beginning again, but it's like very genuine and authentic.
Yes.
And soft and sweet.
And so what kind of song is it? Would you say like style wise? And then what are the lyrics about generally?
It is very like indie rock with a little bit of pop. So think Mitski meets Def Cab, but like a completely unplugged version. And the lyrics are also just as sad and depressing. And the content of the lyrics it's very metaphorical, but it's quite obvious that it's about her strained relationship with her dads and how she like feels traumatized, right? Like she doesn't say the words traumatized. And I don't even think she references her dads directly. Like it's very metaphorical. But it's clear that like the metaphor of, I think there's like a lion, she references a lion and like a cub, and like how the lion is like kind of mean to its cub, and like the cub has to grow up on its own, and the lion like doesn't approve of what the cub does. But like, even though the lyrics are quite sad, it's kind of a catchy tune. And it's almost a little upbeat, like in terms of like the tune itself.
Yeah. A tragic bop, and we love to see it.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Amazing. So Stag finishes up their performance, and of course, since you're at the back of this cave, it has worked as a funnel, and everyone else has heard your song.
Oh, God, listen, if we hit, I don't even know. This could be a finale or a next season incentive, but if we hit a high goal, I will write a Stag song and I will record it and I will release it. I'm willing to offer this.
I didn't know you played
for money
guitar.
purposes.
Yeah, Connie's
I do.
really good.
I had
not.
no idea. Oh,
Yes,
I
they
had no
are.
idea.
I had
they're
no idea.
Actually,
I
really
believe it.
good.
I believe it.
This is
I
very
love
bad.
that.
You literally got cast to perform in a musical performance, but whatever.
What is the goal then? What number is that?
I think it should be 300 in my opinion.
300?
I think it should be like 500.
500?
You're
Yeah.
writing a song and recording it.
Yeah.
I do believe it should be 500.
Yes.
That is
Okay.
fair.
Well, let's reach our goal of 200 and then we will reevaluate. Exclamation point. Go HE goal in the chat. Amazing. So what is your reaction, X?
X was like, I think, just sitting at first with their knees kind of propped up with this, not hollow, but almost like they're kind of far away. Like all of that honesty took a lot of energy out of them. So they're almost like a shadow now, like a little bit smaller, a little bit worn out from being so open and so vulnerable. And like they're retreating back because they're scared. But in the dark of the cave with like only like the little low like torchlights going and the song reverberating against the stone, I think eventually they kind of sag to one side and lay down like quite close to Stag, but almost that they're like shadowed behind her. And I think as like the last notes go out and the quiet starts to descend, it's just X's voice comes like very, very small. I think I like your songs because they're very lonely too. Very lonely and beautiful. And then you feel like X's head kind of butt against your knee as you're like sitting there, and their tail like wraps around your ankle.
Oh. Thanks. No one's ever said that about my songs before. I mean, no one's ever heard my songs before, but no one's ever... I didn't even realize that this song was lonely until you said it, and I would have never called it beautiful. So, thanks.
I've been learning a lot about myself because of other people. People who care for me and see things in me that I don't even see in myself. And it helps me learn who I am, I think. And maybe your music is the same way. If you never show it to anyone, you'll never be able to see it in all of its dimensions. I've always liked them, though. Can you play another one?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, sure. Yeah, I can.
Now you can roll with advantage.
Aww.
Advantage because I'm gay.
Because you're both gay at each other. Equal gay.
Thank God. That's a natural 19, so that is a 24.
Yes. Please explain the perfect sonnet that you perform.
Oh, my God. I think this one's a bit more like a ballad. Like, it's kind of jazzy. Like it's good. It's like, you know, rhythmic, and it features Stag's voice more than the other one did. Like the other one, like the melody was pretty like restrained, but this one, she gets to kind of belt a little. Like she gets to like go up and down, and she, you know, like she's like taking her voice in all different directions, and she's a lot more confident now. The nerves are gone. because X responded in a really positive and affirming way. So she takes a deep breath and like she sort of like turns her leg to the side to lean into the tail wrapped around her ankle. And she just she takes out a capo, I think, and like puts it on and starts like, goes up the fretboard of it and then like starts like playing a little riff and then goes in and starts singing. And this one's a lot more like fun, both in terms of the lyrics and in terms of the melody itself. And like a lot more, I think, sonically, lyrically, and also vocally impressive. Like this is like a more ambitious song and she's able to nail it like a bit harder as well. Like this could be like a lead single or something off an album if she wanted to. Like you can almost like imagine hearing the full production of it. Like you can like imagine where the drums would go, where the bass would go, like where like synth might even go and whatnot, and like different versions of percussion like underneath it. And I think with the 24, like you're able to like visualize her singing this on a stage even, like, and because the way she's performing it is so confident and like so authentic too, that like by the time it's over, like all the like illusions and the visualization of her being on a stage lit up by like stage lights, like in her like full self, like singing to an audience, like fades away and it's just her in this cave with you again.
That's gay, by the way. And I think despite how loud the song was, how like much it belted out, how gay it was, like how impressive it was that you were on stage, I think as the silence falls, if you look down like out of the corner, you see that X is asleep and is like purring. Like there's this like little low rumbling noise coming up out of their throat. And they're like, they have their face like pressed into your knee and they're fucking asleep. They're asleep.
The last like note rings out and Stag, I haven't named that one yet. I don't know. I'm thinking something cheeky or using the line from the chorus and she like gently lifts her axe off and places it off to the side, right? And like scoots X onto her lap some more and starts stroking their hair, like very slowly and gently.
Well, are you tied together?
Yes.
Where are you tied together at?
I was thinking at the waist for Stag.
Okay. So how does Stag plan to sleep then?
She'll sleep sitting up and like lean against the cave. But like let X use her body as a pillow, basically.
Oh my god. Okay. We pull out of the cave, and everyone else has sort of similarly, I think, been lulled to slumber by Stag inadvertently putting on a concert at the park. How is everybody else sleeping / tied together?
I think that Jasha is tied around the wrist to Zero. And then Zero, you can decide where on your body that link connects.
I'm gonna commit fully into the Pomeranian bit. I think it is around Zero's waist.
I thought you were gonna say like she had a collar on.
No.
Yeah, I also thought you were gonna say collar, and I was like,
that's a different game, and that's you have to pay us $800 for this bonus.
Okay, $800, and we'll give you a Jasha Zero bonus scene.
We'll give you a Shibari bonus.
They're just doing some friendly,
You want it.
friendly.
Listen, pals.
What's a little bit Shibari between friends, really? If you think about it.
I agree.
It's about trust. It's about us, babe. What's love got to do with it, baby? That's the song Stag just played. I'm just kidding. I don't mean it, Connie. I don't mean it. Amazing. So y'all are snuggled up, and then what about Baru and oh my god, thank you. These anonymous tips coming in. Really want to see the Shibari one shot.
Yeah, apparently.
Thank you. We're at 110 out of 200 for the goal. If we hit 500, Connie's gonna write a single.
I'm gonna write a hit single.
You're gonna write a hit single.
Look out, Mitski. There's another.
Oh 24 hours to respond.
Mentally ill songs just coming out.
and Draken and it's not Drak, Baru and Star. How are y'all? I don't know why y'all need to be tied together. You've got no problems. But
I think I tie myself to Star anyway. Star's standing up straight because they're going to be keeping watch, but I tied a rope to Star's ankle and then the other end of it to my waist. And kind of just Baru just wants to be included. They've seen everyone having fun being tied to each other, and they're like, yeah, I'll do it as well, I guess. And tie themselves to Star and just falls asleep. I think they're pretty comfortable. Star themselves already runs kind of warm. I wouldn't say boiling hot, but at the very least warm. And plus that with a fireplace and a bedroll to themselves. I think they're pretty comfortable.
Yeah. Beautiful. Okay. Anything else before we enter Dreamtown, USA? All right. Jaysha, you awake to the sound of a gentle finger circling the rim of a pure crystal chalice with a wide mouth. It thrums in your mind and in your chest and down the crevices of your vitiligo. It calls to you, singing you a sweet siren song that you've been longing to hear for your entire life. You don't remember standing or walking or even waking, but you find yourself on the small shore of the slumbering lake, the tips of your toes almost touching the water's edge. Your heart stops as you consider the closeness and the rumors. But the hum wraps around your heart and tugs. One foot slides into the water. No ripples, no waves. Just where the surface of the water ends and your body begins. You don't remember submerging yourself completely, but when you look up, you can see the still surface above, the backside of a mirror, what reflections only know. You look down, and the ground slopes gently beneath you. It abruptly ends, an extreme drop into a watery chasm. You look around, and you can see bladderwort, pondweed, small fish, snails, and the roots of water lilies in the shallows of the lake, a miraculously untouched ecosystem lit ethereally by the moon on the other side of the mirror. You don't remember stepping off the ledge, but you're drifting down into the chasm, the darkness slowly embracing you like a prodigal child. You fall for seconds or minutes or hours or lifetimes. You feel the bottoms of your feet hit the soft silt and stare unblinking before you as you beg your eyes to adjust to the darkness. As if in response, bioluminescent plants and creatures slowly come to life around you, whispering to you the secrets the dark was keeping. Directly before you is a titanous face, or some approximation of a face. It curves and angles, are nearly obscured by the amalgamation of plant and animal life clinging to it, trailing across it and passing before it. But a feeling in the deep pit of your stomach and the memory of a figure met in a dream helps you recognize it regardless. The Colossus, the Dreamwalker, the blue agate of its otherworldly eye reflecting the bioluminescence as it plays shapes across your skin. It feels as though it turns on you, and that humming in your head begins to vibrate your skull, causing your vision to blur and your teeth to chatter. Out of the corner of your eye, you catch movement. The water beside you is shifting strangely. Some of the silt, bioluminescent materia, and even fish have been swept into the shape of a gargantuan hand, only discernible by the restriction of the substances within it. It reaches slowly forward, the shaped water fighting against itself. You realize it is reaching for the breast of the figure that lays before you, and you take a few steps back to capture the entire scene. As you do, the translucent fingers of the arm pierce into the center of the chest and crack it open like a carapace. There's a beat where the blue agate whirs, and the humming in your mind reaches a fever pitch, and then whoop, your feet are pulled from beneath you as you are sucked into the black maw of its chest cavity. You come back into your body, soaking wet, your hands and knees press deep into the soft shore of the lake. You are coughing. Staring back up at you from the sand are several raw pieces of crystalline quartz that are twinkling in the moonlight. It's the calcite you were looking for.
Jaysha coughs up the remnants of the lake water that still remain inside of her lungs, not remembering having stepped inside or having swam at all or having found anything. And as they cough, I think they take one hand and kind of move it along their face, pushing aside some of their hair that is clinging to the sides of their face and to their neck. They push it aside so that they can see better. And Ray looks down at these chunks of calcite that are in front of them, like they had been gifted them by the lake or by the Colossus or both, or whether Ray had taken it for themselves. Ray's not sure exactly, but they look out at this lake that is directly in front of them, kneeling at the shore of it. And I think just to test their reality in this moment, Jaysha will take that hand that they had lifted to move their hair, and they will move it ever so hesitatingly towards the water, stopping just before making contact. And then with a deep breath, inhaling, sucking the air through their teeth really quickly, Jaysha will plunge their hand into the water.
It works the same. There are no ripples, there are no waves. It's just where the surface of the water starts and your arm begins.
And I think something clicks for Jaysha in that moment. There is something in this, like an answer. That sound of the chalice ringing out in their mind, in their ears as they make contact, almost as if putting their hand into the water brought forth this chalice into the space around them. And I think they recognize that they need to come back here at some point, really come back here and see what's down there in their waking life, not in their dreams. So for now, I think Jaysha will kind of get themselves up, sit down in the water, or sorry, on the shore, gather up the chunks of calcite that they had gathered, and holding it in their arm, Ray is going to look back to make sure that Ciro's okay, that Ciro is not wet, had not gotten pulled in.
How are y'all tied together again?
Wrist to waist.
Whose wrist?
My wrist.
Okay, yeah. So I think when you move your other arm to pick up the calcite, you feel the resistance of the rope that is still between you and Ciro. That causes you to look slightly behind you. Don't Liv's like, and Ciro is just sleeping soundly on the shore next to you, not wet, undisturbed, and unaware of what the fuck you're doing.
Relieved that Ciro is not wet, which means that Ciro was not dragged down with whatever happened to Jaysha. And so Ciro ideally should not be cursed, hopefully. Relieved at that, Jaysha, I think, will take this calcite, will crawl back towards the bedroll, put everything away into whatever bag that Ray had.
So do you like pick Ciro up or just drag them by the...
No. I think I like to imagine our stuff is like nearby, like near our bed.
I don't know how close you wanted to camp next to it, but your bed, the bedroll that the two of you were sleeping in, is a bit away.
Okay, I see. Yeah, in that case, if we are a bit away from the bedroll, I think Jaisha would try and like pick Zero up very gently with their arms. Trying to balance the calcite, but also trying to balance Zero, and trying to do it in such a way as not to wake them up, ideally.
Yeah,
so I don't know if
I mean, I don't know what you didn't bring sleep clothes, so I imagine you're wearing your regular clothes, so you probably have a pouch or a pocket to throw them into. So
yeah,
I mean, it's wet.
And I don't know
but...
if Zero is like a light sleeper or anything, but
it's
just gonna try.
Up to Liv. Do you want to like roll to see if you come to, or do you just want to let it be?
No, I think Zero is so stressed and anxious all the goddamn time that when they do sleep, I think it's impossible to wake them up. Just like it's not a sleep, it's an unconscious state of unconsciousness. It's just
you are dead to the world.
Very much that.
And I think Jaisha will like very gently place Zero into the bedroll, and after taking these calcite out of their pockets and putting it into their bag, will kind of come up next to Zero, not like cuddling them or anything, because Jaisha's wet and they can't do anything about that right now, and they don't want to make Zero uncomfortable. So I think Jaisha is going to sleep not on the bedroll, but like on the ground next to the bedroll, so as not to like get the bedroll wet. And the last thing that they do before they kind of like go back to sleep is just repeat to themselves that poem, prophecy, instruction, Jaisha's not really sure, that the Colossus had said to them in their first meeting. Always speaking, but never prattle. Rule the world, but keep no castle. Can hold life, but also take it. Soothe your body, but also break it. Deep below, but also above. I fit my bed as a glove. And I think they repeat that over and over to themselves, out loud at first, quietly, and then slowly as sleep starts to take them again in their mind, as they kind of put the pieces together between the lake, the Colossus, and this set of words.
Incredible. And Jaisha is able to fall back into sleep and is further undisturbed in that act. This is where we're going to take our first break. We're going to take 2 today since we're doing a long one. So we'll be back in 10 minutes. During the break, please take care of yourselves, take care of each other, and we'll see you back. Share something about the show on socials if you want to. Use hashtag HigherEdRPG. We'd love to hear what you think about the finale so far. All right, we'll see you back here in a second. Yeah, bye.
God. Probably should play some D&D.
Speaking of escapism, we're going to jump back into it. The rest of you... sorry, let me make a clean cut for Mike here.
Mike, the editor's watching.
I know.
Behave.
The rest of you sleep through the night without issue and are awoken gracefully by the coming of the sun, spelled with 2 M's. And not Drek's full.
I'm very much in character. I did a whole
the
head
morning
tilt, and I was like,
dew comes from.
That's such disturbing concept.
Sun showers, anyone?
Oh my god!
Stop!
my God.
Not
All right,
the
all right,
golden
hold on.
showers. No, we're
starting
stopping.
over. We're starting over. Hold on. Mike, cut this part out. All of you awake. without further issue, you are gracefully awoken by the sun breaching the horizon, and are sun-kissed awake, and you go about packing up your things. What is sort of the plan after getting up?
How'd everyone sleep?
Is everyone still asleep when Baru asks that? Baru wakes up and is like, "Good morning."
Oh, everyone's still asleep.
Oh my god. No, I don't necessarily want to role play this unless there's a scene y'all want to happen. So I'd rather you tell me what the plan is as far as like, are you going back into town? Are you going back to the university? What is the above game? What is the plan?
I think back to university. At the very least, I know Bari wants to go back because they have some things to work on. And now after this revelation about X's burrow, they have some things to research and look into as well.
Cool. Is there any conversations anyone wants to have before you leave the lock?
Not that I can think of.
Cool. So, I mean, X, you wake up in Stag's lap, so that's fun. In a cave, all alone. And
They're like, yes, so does everyone, right? That's how this works.
What do you mean?
What having a good night's sleep is. They've just learned about it for the first time, so they're figuring it out.
Step 1, be gay. Step 2.
They're like, interesting.
Taking
Very
some
interesting.
Yeah, Stag is fully also completely asleep. You probably wake up before her. She's just like against like the cave wall, like head back, drooling a little, and you're in her lap.
The way I love Stag in a romantic way.
Get in line, Vana.
Ecstasy and me, rivals.
Can't X fight
That's who
God.
Agony is.
Oh my goodness. Okay. I think Agony has a crush on Stag.
It's like an anti-crush. I think Agony hates Stag.
Enemies to enemies.
Yeah.
Agony is the kind of person that's like, oh my god, I have a big old crush now to tell them to like never speak to me again.
No, it's
Get
like,
out of my school.
it's like,
Yeah.
what's that? Is it Michelle? Who is in it? Is Sandra Oh killing Eve?
Oh,
It's like that.
Vana.
It's like
Jodie
that,
Comer.
God.
right?
You're so
Yeah.
right. You're
Yeah.
so right.
Anyway, so y'all pack up your stuff and you head back into Paradox Gardens because that's where the portal is that'll take you back to the university. And you are shuffling along and sort of bleary-eyed and still gathering yourselves and contemplating yesterday's conversations and last night's performances and sleeping positions and Shibari adjacent activities. I assume Jasha's kind of being tight-lipped about the situation of their evening.
I think that depending on what time it was when they woke up, they were probably like fully dry by the time everybody actually woke up.
Mm-hmm.
And so I don't think Jasha would immediately tell everybody about what happened. I don't think Ray plans on keeping it a secret for very long, but Ray knows that today, or soon anyway, is the Ascension Ball, and that is sort of a bigger issue we need to deal with at the moment. So I think Ray's holding on to that information until after.
Okay. Yeah. And I think, I don't know if is it today or is it just like in a couple days? I can't remember.
I think it was like a couple of days. Like
I think so. I think we have a bit more time.
Okay.
At this point.
But it is fast approaching for sure. But yeah, Jasha's still sort of processing what happened before sharing, and all of you are trudging towards the gate. X, for narrative reasons, you are lagging behind a little bit. And no one's stopping you. Okay. Back off.
The voice of God says we want a solo scene with X right now.
And I think everybody is just sort of having conversations, and you're just very quiet this morning, and so kind of fall back in step behind everybody, and someone in the group is like the leader who's trying to navigate through Paradox Gardens to get them back to the and you're just sort of being contemplative and hanging back a little bit. But as you are doing that, a small figure approaches you on the street. A child, you realize. It's an all black regalia with long pinned back red hair. You recognize the soundless quality of their footsteps, the sterile way in which they mimic the common person, and their perceptive acuity. For a split second, you see yourself, 4 feet tall, running drills in the monastery's courtyard. The child hands you a dark prayer scroll inlaid with gold. They stare up at you briefly with vacuously dark eyes, and then they are gone, merging once again with the shadows and the crowds that they sprung from. What do you do?
Unlike any other time X has ever received a missive, I think this time they stare after that child, the first sign of life from the monastery. And the scroll feels so light in their hands, and the scroll feels so heavy in their hands. I think there's a part of them that wants to tear the seal and throw it open right away, and they can barely hold on to doing so as they almost like tuck it up against their chest, press it close to their heart. And they know that there is something very, very special inside the scroll. And they give a small silent prayer before tucking it into their waistband and hurrying along after the group so they can open it in private.
Okay. Anything else before you head back to the university, y'all? Okay.
X is uncharacteristically chipper.
So Stag is characteristically chipper, and she has even bought, I think, ice cream for everyone from like an ice cream vendor on the street. She's bought like 5 cones.
Oh, that's so cute. What flavors does everyone get?
Oh,
Mint chocolate chip.
Yeah, I knew it.
It's very on brand.
Don't say that with so much disdain, Connie.
I would have guessed that were like matcha.
I
was gonna say I'm torn between matcha and pistachio.
Ooh, I think pistachio for Sarah.
Right?
You go for like a nutty. Yeah, because it's kind of refined.
Okay,
if you don't like pistachio ice cream, you have a bad palate. That's my opinion.
Wow, that is
my
a
opinion.
hot take.
I think Stag is like something chunky, like cookie dough, ice cream, or moose tracks,
Birthday cake.
or
Birthday cake.
birthday cake.
She asks for 1 scoop of birthday cake and 1 scoop of moose tracks.
oh my god.
So cute. What does Baru get?
There's one Drac have wanted to taste for a very long time. Apparently it's called Brambleberry Crisp. It's like basically it's honestly mostly berries with ice cream and like berry jams, and I think Baru would be all about it. And it's like I believe it's like pinkish purple color scheme as well, so it kind of fits Baru's whole thing as well.
Okay, but hear me out. Baru Squirrel AU.
wait, where did this come from?
I'm just picturing Baru eating little berries and being just a little chunky squirrel.
Just stuffing their cheeks with berries and scurrying off.
And then going and doing some little squirrel inventions. Making things out of acorns.
They have like one of those overly complicated machines just to like pour tea in their little.
Oh my god! And their little hole in the tree. Oh, cute.
I feel like if you went to Baru's room in her home, like her hometown, her room was probably like a bunch of just contraptions to make life easier, but they were definitely like rude.
She lives like fucking Pee Wee Herman. What the fuck?
When
There's
she was
just
a kid, I
Rube
think-
Goldberg machines everywhere.
I
Thank
think
you
when
for
she was a
saying the
kid,
term
that's how she
extra.
kind of practiced and learned how, like, at the very least, the simple machines work together.
That's so funny.
Like other parents would be like, "Oh, my kid keeps leaving like Legos around," and their mom's like,
Oh my
"My kid
God.
keeps leaving filling screwdrivers on the ground. I don't know
I
what
think
to
we
do."
have enough buttered toast, dear. Could you turn that off? Thank you.
No, it wasn't perfect. It didn't eject at high enough height. Let me try again.
Here's an interesting thing though. I doubt that ecstasy has ever had ice cream.
I was thinking the very same thing, Vanna, and I hate to tell you all that I think that ecstasy gets like the worst ice cream flavor. It's either they
So
get
just
like vanilla cream,
Wait, hold on
or
a second.
they get like banana flavored ice cream, and they're like, "This
That
is
is the
it."
worst flavor.
Or bubble
Yeah,
gum or
Yeah,
something.
yeah,
Like,
no bananas.
bubble
yeah.
gum.
Does
A
anyone
scoop
try
of
to
banana and a scoop of bubblegum.
Does anyone try to help X?
Yeah, I think
Yes.
Zero does, but I think Zero tries to overcorrect and is like, "Oh, you should get something like a black sesame, something that's like very like."
Oh, you've gone too far, Sierra.
You'll need like a refined
Yeah.
or an olive oil. You know what I mean? Like an olive
Yes.
oil ice
Well,
cream.
okay, so here's the
Nasty.
thing.
Can I get a scoop of both?
Lou's face.
I'll take one banana and a black sesame in the same cone, please.
I think not.
No.
You know what? Zero thinks about the whole day that they have ahead of them, and this is not the battle. This is not the one. And just flutters off.
I mean, I also feel like ecstasy might enjoy any ice cream because it's just a big mess of sugar, which I can't picture them. What is if you get a scoop of banana and a scoop of sesame seed ice cream, what is ecstasy's reaction?
Contemplative. I think they're very quiet the whole time they're eating, but once it's completely gone, they nod kind of curtly and go, "It did taste like banana. Effective."
Effective. I'm also curious. I'm sorry. I'm like hyper focusing on this ice cream moment, but it is Connie's fault. I'm obsessed now. How does ecstasy eat the ice cream?
That is a good question, actually.
Okay, I don't want to say that they deep throat it, but I think they do.
Yeah.
Is that really that's the description
Yeah.
you're going for? Really?
Like
All of it
Well,
at the same time?
No gag reflex.
Part of their training.
I don't want to know why that's part of it. No, you know what?
Because no
Always be
reactions.
prepared.
Be prepared.
You guys,
For
sometimes
someone
you
to
gotta,
shove something really big down your
yeah,
throat.
sometimes you gotta hide a sword in there or something.
Yes.
Yeah.
Let your
No,
smell
yeah.
on your own time, Humna.
You're the one who said deep throat, and you're gonna tell me that I'm wrong? You're telling me that I'm wrong?
Look me in the eyes and tell me Vanna didn't set me up for
telling me
this.
that I'm wrong?
Well, here's what I was picturing is either you ate it like that, where it was just like
There's a
little lizard
pieces.
licks.
Or I was thinking like with your hands, you know, like you just.
I was thinking like this
Cone
fully
first.
scooping it with your hand.
Cone first.
You didn't have to go deep throat, okay? This one's on you, see. There's lots of other
Okay, yes,
answers.
no, here's the thing. It is deep throat cone first because that's obvious.
Oh yes, I've trained my whole life for this.
They write it with like teeth and all.
Oh,
It's
I mean,
yeah.
at least Stag will be happy.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, what is Stag's reaction
Jesus.
to ecstasy
Yeah,
deep throating the ice cream?
Stag is like, you know, if you don't like the flavors, you can have mine. Mine are pretty good, and yeah, a lot of people enjoy moose. X, are you okay?
effective. It tasted like bananas.
Banana, right? Here, why don't you have just a little bit of mine too? I feel like you weren't able to really enjoy the
Just
experience.
the whole thing again. I'm sorry.
Above,
Nice. Nice.
I'm sorry, I have to make this joke. Above table, Stag really wants. Never mind. Actually, no, never mind.
Hamna, keep it
On
in your,
your
pants.
own time,
Keep it
Hamna.
in your
On
pants.
your own time.
I expect that fanfic smut on my desk by Monday.
I'm not writing a recap this week. I'm writing a fanfic, so
I'm okay with that.
absolutely.
I'll pay you extra.
What? Wait, I'm sorry. What part of this wasn't fanfic? We somehow maneuvered a same bed situation, even though we had multiple bedrolls, and now we're deep throating ice cream in front of our crushes.
I honestly, I mean, we're probably the biggest fans of these characters.
I am
so-
a
Yes.
huge
I am,
fan.
yeah.
Massive fan.
What is role playing but just a never-ending fanfic?
Collaborative fan fiction.
When Stag smiled at a sleeping ex, I truly screamed.
Liv went like this.
You scrumped
Liv power lifted some weights over there.
you were doing military presses.
I felt like my heart was gonna. I truly thought I was gonna go into cardiac arrest.
I did stop breathing. I genuinely stopped breathing for a minute. Okay, we're done with the ice cream.
What the last thing Stag's gonna say about the ice cream is, X, you're supposed to lick it first.
Connie!
Fuck up.
Well, now I have to see X lick it.
They don't have any more.
Baru walked. I think after X
Yes,
sees,
yes, come
after
on,
Baru
third.
sees X
Come on,
deep
third.
throat another one, Baru's gonna walk as fast away from X as possible because like I am enjoying this. ice
I
cream
love
before
that. That's so
before you can get
perfect.
to it.
Y'all are hurting me. Y'all are hurting me.
Oh my gosh. Okay.
Hamna's not making it to the end of the game.
Oh my goodness. None of us are.
Y'all are testing me. You're testing me so much.
We love you. All right. So y'all use the portal pass, make it back on time. Somebody goes and drops off the pass to Professor what's his face? And what's his name?
Abstract.
Abstract.
Yes.
Thank you. I know I wrote the character, but it is your job to keep track of them. So and I think maybe X, you are the one to go drop off the pass at Abstract's office. I don't even think you need to see him or anything. You could drop it with the secretary he has for some reason, or slip it under his door or anything like that. But I think it does sort of give you that time alone after you get back to consider your missive.
Absolutely. And I think there's the moment where, with like almost childlike giddiness, I think that X is probably just like, I don't even think they drop it off at the secretary's office. I think for like they go the extra mile to sneak in through the window of his office and like just get in that way. He's not there. Put it on the desk. And I think there's just like that little excitement that they just can't contain. So they break the seal on this beautiful black prayer scroll and they open it to get the first missive they've gotten in months.
So you open the prayer scroll, and the smell and texture of the paper is as familiar to you as the back of your own hand. And in a familiar script is written a missive in the usual coded fashion. Everything kneels before the fire, but what remains will rear its ire. Dedication to the role, forever bidden by the scroll. Those of us that do remain, bound by blood and by pain, the hunter must always take up his bag, and this time his object is the stag. And that's the end of it.
X reads it twice.
The words remain the same.
X reads it 3 times,
The same.
4 times,
The same.
5 times.
The same.
And they don't realize how hard their heart is beating until they think that somebody is walking toward them. because of how loud their own heartbeat is in their own ears. Sounds like somebody moving towards them. Da-dumph, 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 da-dumph. And then they notice something happening to the paper. They notice something happening to the paper where it's starting to get wet, and then the ink is starting to run. And X reaches up and touches their face and realizes that there's water coming out of their eyes. They don't really know what that is. And that childlike wonder dies as X curls their fist into the scroll and leaps back out the window and into the shadows.
Stag. Stag, you have been wanting to pop a question, I think, recently. You still don't have a date for your own Ascension Ball, and your father made it very clear that you are expected to have one, and you are in the 11th hour. What is your plan?
We find Stag back at the dorm, and she's pacing in the hallway a little nervously. And her footsteps, she's actually pacing in front of Ciro's door. And there's like a pause as she's like thinking to herself, pacing in these tight circles, and then comes to a decision that draws across her face as sharply as a soldier's sword. And then she turns and walks down the hallway and knocks on Baru and X's door.
Okay. Baru's at the workshop. X, are you home?
X has just gotten home, and I think there's like some furious noise from inside. X doesn't really have any objects, but they seem to be like moving stuff around inside. And then like there's a moment of total silence. And then the door swings open, like very sharply.
Hey.
Hi.
Listen, X, is now a good time to talk to you about something or to, like, ask you a question?
Yeah.
Okay. Sure. Is everything okay? Your face looks a little facey, and your face doesn't usually do face things, so...
Yes. I'm perfect.
Well, I wouldn't disagree with that, just generally speaking. But, okay, right. So, I was wondering, since my Ascension Ball is coming up in a few days, and, I just feel like I've gotten to know you some more these past few weeks, past few days, hours really, too. And I was wondering if you wanted to come to the ball with me?
I'm already going to the ball with you?
Oh, yeah, I know. But, like, as, as my +1.
Yes! I would love to go. And there's more tears coming out of X's face. Like their smile is this porcelain shape where the edges are kind of cracked and jagged as they're smiling, and tears just kind of start leaking out of their eyes. Yes, I would love to go with you as your +1.
Okay, yeah. Are those happy tears? I've never seen you. Are you okay? Are those happy tears?
Yes, I'm just very happy. And they slam the door in your face.
Okay, great. I meant that like +1 as a date. She says to the door instead of X's face. That's what I meant. I don't know if that was clear.
Yes.
Okay. Great. Okay, happy tears. Yeah. Wonderful. Then I think our outfits already kind of match, which is awesome. And I can pick you up. We're gonna have to get there a little early though. I need to help my dad set up. but I'd love to introduce you to them and stuff.
That's perfect, Stag. Like fate itself decreed it. Couldn't be more perfect.
Wow. You really think so?
Yes, I need to get dressed.
Okay. Yeah. Sure. Yeah. Okay. Then I'll pick you up in a few days. And are you doing the thing where like we shouldn't see each other? Is that like a thing? Is that a thing?
Yes. It is.
Okay. Wow. I've never. I mean, that feels pretty serious, but great. I'm really excited, and I wish I could say this to your face, but I've really enjoyed spending time with you, and I'm looking forward to the ball. And yeah, I hope you're gonna have a good time because I'd like to just spend the ball with you.
You hear some ravaged thumping from the other side of the door. Me too.
Okay. Well, you know, if you want to talk about anything until then, you know where to find me, or we could do the not see each other thing until I pick you up, too. I'm cool with that. Though I'd like to see you. I've never heard of that tradition, like, outside of wedding bites. You know, not that, whoa, like, we're not, like, pump the brake. We're like, whoo, you know, I'm just, you know what, I feel silly. I'm gonna go to my room. Yeah, I'm gonna go to my room. I'm just gonna be right down the hall.
And you get no answer. But then once X knows you're gone, from inside the room, just on the other side of the door, we see them kind of like rest their head, like sigh and press their head against the door frame. Bye.
Okay, we'll cut from that scene. My heart. And we're gonna do a bit of a flashback here to the time when Ciro was absent from the group. Liv, are you gonna make it?
No, I feel delirious. I feel like I'm on laughing gas. I feel high.
Oh my god.
Ooh, okay.
Okay, so we're cutting back, and we are finding Ciro at a point in time when they're not talking to the rest of the group. They're sort of processing everything that's gone on so far, and also trying to come to terms with what their next move is and how to move forward. When the weekly check-in from their I almost said sponsor, from their patron, same thing.
Ciro would like to thank their sponsor, the Lady Nida.
Penny Dragon Games, actually. But
that too.
No, so where does she find you when she comes around for this weekly check-in?
I think Ciro is deep in their bog. I think like they've tied back like the top part of their little hair, so their little bob, so it's like a little fluffy ponytail. They are in like their bog work clothes. I think we said they have like the big pant boot things. I forget what they're called.
Galoshes.
Galoshes, yes. Mutters, galoshes. Kind of like an overall situation. Their sleeves are rolled up. And I think because they're alone, they're actually working with their gloves off. And so like Ciro is deep in their work, just mud everywhere. And it's probably one of the because they're so deeply invested in their work, I think it's probably the most positive that they've felt in the past couple of days, as they're just, you know, tending to things, taking out like weeding, moving things around, making sure the soil is nice and nurtured, probably doing a little bit of druid crafting, all the prep work before they start like making their observations, basically.
Beautiful. And that is exactly what you're doing, sort of elbow deep, quite literally, in your work when your patron shows up. And sometimes she shows up in the mirror, but sometimes she shows up in animals to speak to you through them. And on this occasion, a creature you would know called a larkling flies over to you. It's tiny, and it's got a big, round, chonky body that kind of is colored like and also sparkles like freshly poured champagne. And then it has little tiny leggies and tiny wings that are way too small for its body wings, and huge black reflective eyes, and sort of like just a tiny beak with jagged teeth on them. Yes. And this is from one of our sponsors today, the Fluffy Folio. Please go check them out. ! Sponsors in the chat. Very cute. So it flies up to you, and you sort of don't notice it at first because it's just sort of it's like a mosquito almost. Like you're not going to mess with it till it messes with you. But then you hear Nida, your patroness's voice come out of it. Zero.
I think Zero kind of like double takes, because at first I think they were like, oh, cute little larkling, but like, those are around. Double takes just, my lady.
What are you doing?
Working, my lady.
I don't understand why you have to scrounge around in such muck.
Well, every Witherbloom student has a portion of, every Witherbloom grad student has a portion of the bog to do their research.
No, I understand why. I just don't understand why. Do you know what I mean? Do I look okay? I'm not sure what creature I've manifested into. I can't seem to see my body.
Zero moves any reflective light gardening tools they have behind them, so she can't see, and it just says, "You look utterly delightful, lovely." It's what people in this realm call a good, honest day's hard work. It's mandatory.
Are you talking about my appearance or what you're doing in the mud?
What I'm doing in the mud.
Sorry, I'm gonna put this little image over my face.
Oh my god. Yeah. Just massive.
It's a high quality photo.
It's just so cute.
Well, I am here for our weekly check-in. How is the progress going?
It's going. The people are getting ready. There's balls and the like, and
oh yes, I wanted to talk to you about the Ascension Ball that is forthcoming.
Right, and because of that, we had a course on ascending, and Zero thinks about everything that happened and everything that was said, and the almost disdain that Salome had when she said, like, yeah, no, you've got it. And I think Zero pushes all of that back and just says, the professors seem to have high expectations for my potential ascension, so.
Oh, good. And I know this Ascension Ball is meant to be for, what is their name?
Stag.
I know it's meant to be for them, but let's not put the bull in front of the cart, shall we? So it is my decree that you make the Ascension Ball yours. Be the center of attention, the belle of the ball. Make a lasting impression at the events, so not even the founder dragons or the portals across Arcavios can't notice you.
That isn't gauche.
I don't know what that word means.
You're Right. It seems a little rude.
Rude? But who cares about manners?
Mortals.
Well, that is unfortunate for them, isn't it? Is this stag person a king or queen or something?
They're my friend. It's their party.
Your friend? I don't know what that has to do with anything. And it's a party. Anybody can be the star of any party.
Right. It's just this is the party that Stag's parents are putting on for Stag, and it's their thing. And I want to well, I mean, I planned on being there and supporting my friend.
I think maybe you're sort of losing the thread here.
Which is
Our goal? Of getting you to ascend?
right. But that doesn't mean that I have to be cruel to my friend.
No, I'm not I would never suggest such a thing. All I am saying is make sure you stand out at this event.
Right.
The more people that have eyes on you and expect great things, the better chance we have of seeing this through.
Right. But I just don't understand why my reputation amongst all of these people has anything to do with my ascension. My ascension is about my worthiness, so...
Reputation is everything. Have I not taught you? Is that Zero? And the bug bops its head into you and sort of bounces off your cheekbone. Have I not been teaching you the way to excel in these ways from the start? Reputation is everything. At the end of the day, what the Ascension Cycle is a popularity contest. And you can't win the popularity contest from the sidelines. Can you?
No, my lady.
So you're the belle of the ball or you're nothing. Do you think I got to where I am by making friends? By being considerate? Quite the opposite, my dear. Quite the opposite.
Right. No, I understand. I mean, you're not being considerate of my feelings in this moment, so...
What did you say?
Nothing.
Mm-hmm.
I have heard your demands and your orders, and I will, as always, fulfill them.
That's my girl. Just remember, you cannot build a palace without felling a few trees, don't you think?
I think Zero just kind of looks down at the greenery that they've been working so hard to cultivate and nurture in this bog and just nods.
That's my baby. You're doing great things.
Thank you, milady.
Now, I am off. I will check in again after the Ascension Ball, and I expect a full report.
Right.
As her consciousness leaves the Larkling, it hovers there for a moment, looking a bit dazed, and then it bites you and then flies off.
Little bitch.
Oh my goodness. All right. We will close out that scene. And last but not least, of course, Baru, I believe you are doing a bit of work in your workshop as per usual. What are you up to before your sort of regular chess meetup with Talana?
Yeah. So I'm in my workshop and I'm at my desk. Behind me, you can see the forge roaring to life, and I'm smelting some metal. I plan on getting back to work with the rings, but I think the metal had been liquefied enough quite a while ago, and I'm kind of absorbed in the paper scattered on my desk. I got old books open, some books that I've written, like my thesis or essays I've written in the past, all about like different types of runes, the archaic ones, the more fundamental newer age ones, ones that have been derived from those last two, and a sketch of the runes that were on X's bow. So I'm trying to understand what exactly they do. I was able to get like a feeling, a kind of through observation, see what's going on, but I'm trying to get a more arcane understanding of what it is, because honestly, for quite a few reasons. One, they're worried for X. What happened seems to be the first time it happened, and it seems like this bow is somehow connected, or a conduit or something. It's some kind of piece of the puzzle. But two, possession kind of has been a thing Baru has been curious and wondering about for a while now. And I say a while, since before Strixhaven. So they're trying to understand how that is happening through these runes, or if there's anything else they can understand through that. So yeah, they're standing at their desk, sketching out different runes that they know, and seeing if they add up to the right summation to make or mimic the ones that were on the bow. Seeing if they can find anything on this bow in particular that X has, stuff like that.
Amazing. Give me an Arcana check, eh?
Okay.
A? I heard my own A in someone's audio and I hated it.
Arcana, that's a 16.
Ooh, okay. So you have a very hard time finding anything specifically about those runes, but in your attempt to figure out more about them, you also pull materials about Daemagoths. And a few things that you divulge in your research about Daemagoths is that they are huge, powerful, fiendish creatures that feed on misery and other negative emotions. You know that some sages refer to Daemagoths as tear lickers, owing to the fiend's tendency to lurk near battlefields and other sites of great tragedy to consume the anguish saturating the area. Daemagoths are creatures of forbidden knowledge and magic, all fueled by that consumption of anguish. And they trade magical influence over the lives and minds of others to ambitious mortals in exchange for the mortal's agony. So you kind of see a correlation between that sort of last bit of information and what's going on with ecstasy. It's obviously a different breed, but in the same sort of vein.
Yeah.
Because X is not, from what they've shared with you at least, is not giving up their own agony for additional power, but rather siphoning agony to lend power to the Daemagoth. But you can't find any details about that kind of relationship or the related runes.
Okay. I think you definitely see, like, in whatever books they borrowed or bought, I don't know how they would have got their hands on this, but they would have rewritten all of this in their notebook, spoken to their recording stone as well to note this down as a backup. And I think they kind of slumped down into their chair, because even though this is obviously new knowledge, it's not quite the knowledge that they were aiming for. Who else would know?
And sort of while you're thinking this, you hear the door of your workshop get kicked open, and Talana is coming in, and she's carrying like the giant hefty dragon chess board that y'all usually play in, and she's not even really acknowledged you, but she's like clearing off a place on the table to set it down and get it set up.
There's some important. Okay, hold on. I'm gonna quickly hurry over to
She doesn't stop you from protecting some things, but she also doesn't stop what she's doing.
Yeah. Yeah.
And Talana, to all our viewers and listeners, is a warm brown-skinned human woman. She has like electric blue eyes. She is quandrix, so she's wearing sort of the colors of that university. And she usually has these like wide, they're almost pauldron-esque, but they're of a softer and lighter material. And then almost sort of like Jaysha's succulent piece. She has this paper succulent that is all white and tipped in gold that she usually wears in her hair, at the side of sort of a loosely tucked bun on the back of her head. And she's just sort of plowing on.
Talana, what is going on? Wait, I'm gonna like catch something before it hits the ground and place it on the other desk.
Well, if you didn't want me to clear space, you should have cleared it before I got here.
I didn't. Why are you here?
For a chess game.
Oh, I'm the worst. I forgot. I didn't make it to the other chess game, did I? I'm
You've
sorry.
been a bit of a flake recently, to be honest.
Yeah, I
know it's just an extracurricular activity, but I kind of depend on it to get me through the week.
I'm sorry. I've just been all over the place, but no excuses. Yes, we'll play as much as you want. I'll make up for it. I'm sorry.
She pulls a stool over next to the table where she's sat everything up and pushes you down onto it.
Oh, okay.
And then pulls a stool for her on the other side, and is setting up the pieces on the board, finishing that.
Really, I am sorry. I've been so I guess missing in action. How are you?
Without looking up, she's like, "I'm fine. Nothing to report, really."
Are you upset with me?
She looks you dead in the eye and like doesn't blink. And she goes, "No."
Okay.
And you know
Okay,
Talana
I
to
was
be
nervous.
an extremely straightforward and earnest person. So you believe she's not mad at you.
I think it's very much coming from a place of like, I've been around so many emotions the past few weeks, is like reading into everything. But seeing that there's a kind of comfort in like, okay, I don't need to read between the lines. Thank goodness. Okay. I'll be honest, a lot has happened. Nothing that should have stopped me from playing with you the past few weeks. That's just on me. But I think I'll be able to beat you this time.
Oh, yeah? And she smirks at this. Well, that would be a first.
You know, every failure is just another step towards success, is what I always like to say.
I agree. I like that saying of yours, Baru.
Okay. Do you want to go with the black piece or the white?
Your choice.
Oh, because you have beaten me every time, I will go with the white piece so I can go first.
Okay, I was like, I can't remember which goes first in a game of chess.
The only way I remember is like racism. Okay, cool.
That's honest. I don't.
Honestly, that's a good
Honestly,
way
it's
to
probably why too. Okay. I've never played dragon chess in a game. What do we roll for that? I imagine it's a roll, yeah.
I don't
What if it's
know.
like an intelligence?
Oh yeah, maybe.
Intelligence
I
rolled
think,
off.
so you roll what you want to roll, but I'm gonna roll something special for Talana.
I'll roll
Um,
intelligence, and I have proficiency in dragon chess as well, so I can add my proficiency bonus to it.
Okay. Ready?
Yes.
So you're sort of talking and you start playing. What'd you get?
Yeah, I got a 21.
Okay. You start talking while you're playing, and this is not unusual for Talana, but from someone who was not used to playing with her, it would be probably alarming. But she does not look at the chessboard when she plays. She looks at her competitor, and so the entire time she is watching you like a hawk and measuring every like muscle movement in your face and your expression, watching where your eyes go on the board to foreshadow what your next move and then the 2 moves and then the 3 moves ahead of that are going to be. And that is all she plays off of. Is that information?
It happens so often. There have been times, like even now, I think there'll often be like you see one of Barry's snakes like try and pass and obscure the vision so that she can't look at the eyes or and stuff like that.
Yeah, she's not below doing like one of these. Doing one of these. I did roll a natural 20.
Oh my god, yeah.
So I think it's a close-ish game. Maybe it's the closest you've ever gotten, but she still wins out at the end.
Oh god. Okay. Yeah. I guess I was wrong.
That's okay. What is it you say? It's growth?
Every failure is another step to success.
That's right.
Oh.
She's setting the pieces back up.
I'm not actually going to be able to make it to next week's game, but to make up for it, so I kind of need one anyway. Do you want to go to the Ascension board with me? Stag is having one, and I need a date.
Sure.
Awesome. I'm not entirely sure how it works. Do you have like
I think we dress up and we
Yeah.
walk in together and we dance.
Oh, I have to dance?
I think so. Isn't that what you do at a ball?
I've never been to a board before. This is going to be my first.
Oh, well, it'll be my first too, but I've read some books.
Can I borrow them?
You have time?
Oh,
She looks over at like your stacks of research you were just bent over.
You know, I can probably ask Ciro. Ciro's going to be there. They know their stuff.
Oh, the pretty one.
Yeah.
That's good. I think she'll know. I think they'll know.
Okay. I think we need. Do you need to coordinate dresses? Is that a thing? I know Ciro mentioned that with some of us. Mine's quite literally is hanging off of. I think mine is like hanging on the back of Star, like in its like bag. If you want to see what I'm wearing,
Above game, what was the color scheme again?
it was like burgundy and black with some golds, trimmings and accents.
Yeah, I have a dress that I could get someone to druid craft the color a little bit, but I think it's a little late notice to expect me to go out and get a new one.
Yeah, I'm really sorry about that.
If you had come to our chess game last week, you could have asked me then.
Yeah, I promise I won't miss anymore. Honestly, I kind of
She
needed
squints
this.
at you.
I promise.
I don't know if you should promise things like that.
Okay, I will always do my best to make it to our chess games.
I will accept that.
Okay.
But we're meeting at my lab next time.
Oh yeah, sure. And is anything? Do you want me to bring anything? I know you've been working on your thesis recently. Is anything I can help out with?
I will consider it and get back to you.
Okay. I mean, you know where to find me.
I sometimes do.
Yeah.
Where have you been?
kind of all over the place.
She leans back and kind of nods and is like, "Don't worry, you don't have to tell me."
It's not that I don't want to. It's just it's a lot.
Well, I'm here if you do want to talk about it, but I'm not gonna pressure you to tell me anything.
I appreciate it, and honestly, when I'm able to put into words, I think I will take you up on that.
Good. Well, I have a bit of preparation, unexpected preparation to do, considering.
Yeah.
So she scoops there's like little drawers on the edge of the chessboard that she scoops the pieces into and starts hauling it off. She goes to the door and turns around, and then it's like, "Is this a date?"
I think so.
Okay. She turns back around, opens the door halfway, turns back, pokes her head through. "Are we going to kiss?"
I don't know.
Okay. Well, I will prepare just in case.
Okay, I'll prepare too.
Okay. Bye, Baru.
Bye, Tilana.
She exits the door and the slams, not slams, but stop shut behind her. Anything else?
I think Bara just like kind of goes, "Oh, I was so close to being her this time," and just goes back to back to the books.
Amazing. Okay. Well, I think that is the end of our vignettes, unless anybody wanted to add an interstitial before we jump to the day of the Ascension Ball. All right, let's jump to it. Stag, you come home a little bit early. Do you think it's like earlier that day or the day before?
I would say maybe like, I think it would be really spicy if it was the day before.
And X had to stay the night?
Yes. Yes.
Oh, hold on. I have to take a drink. Okay, so we can do that. I don't think we have time to fully like role play spicy night sleeping next door to each other. But I'm picturing that scene in Indiana Jones where they just keep going up to each other's rooms and then talking themselves out of it. Do you know the one I'm talking about? I don't know which
absolutely.
one that is. But yeah, you show up a little bit early, and of course, Beetle Dick is there to greet you at the front gate.
Right, my butler.
Your butler, who you named Beetle Dick. And I can't say his name a third time.
This is while I was gone, wasn't it? This is while I was gone.
I also wasn't here for this.
Connie once per episode gives a really upsetting name to an NPC that doesn't exist. And then I write them down, and then later I come back and I'm very confused as to who they are. So
what does Beetle Dick look like?
Oh, God.
Really? Has a beetle for a dick.
Really?
No, he's super handsome. All of you can fuck yourselves. I'm in love with him.
Oh, yeah.
He's hot as hell.
He's hot, except he has a beetle for a dick.
No one has a Beetle
Dick.
Dick.
Problem.
It's a family name. Y'all are so mean.
This man was bullied mercilessly in his village. I know it.
I don't know, Connie. What does he look like?
I think he's really handsome.
Okay. He is handsome.
I think he's a very handsome elf.
Okay, yes. I loved it. I'm done loving it though. He's a very handsome elf, and he is dressed in sort of the stereotypical butler attire, and there's always some sort of towel draped over his arm, and he always has a peppermint to offer you. And and when you approach, he bows to you and says, I wonder, would he say like Master Barugash, or would he say young Master Zuo Graves, or how do you think?
Did you say Master? I did it again!
I did it again! Oh The AUs,
Not
they're
Barry stealing
crossing.
Stag's thunder already.
I did it again.
Already.
Stag. It's because of Stag's full name that I never remember. A Stagalicious? Is that what it is? Stagalicious Steph.
Stagalicious definition, make those
yes.
girls go loco.
That's right.
Girls being X.
No, but seriously, tell me her name. Barry Stag.
I think. Jesus.
What's
she
her
would go
name?
by Mystigogue.
There we go. Okay.
She would young Master Mystigogue or
Young
like Lord
Master. Okay.
young Lord Zograves. Up to you.
Yeah. Perfect. So that's as you approach. I'm assuming like you teleported up there and you're sort of walking up the front drive where there's this like massive black
Yes.
ornate iron rock gate that is that is sort of blocking the path to the estate proper. And for anyone who is not aware, as in probably everyone except for me and Connie, the Zograves Manor or estate is on the top of a hyper remote ice-ridden mountain peak. If we recall from Stag's vision, or dream, we can see a bit of a flashback there. Definitely hyperbolized, I think, a bit in the dream world, but not unlike. And it's actually, if you know the history of it and know to look for it, you can actually tell that this manor was built out from a former military outpost that was stationed out here. It is huge. It is beautiful. It is old. And at this point in time, it is void of life. You could not really discern that there was going to be a party here the following evening. There's no one out on the grounds. The only one there to greet you is Beetledick. And when is there anything you want to do before you enter the manor?
Stag's just gonna greet Beetledick and just go, hey, BD, it's good to see you. It's been a while since I've been back home.
Young Master Mr. Gog.
This is X. They're my date for the ball.
He blinks at you and then at Ecstasy and then bows and says, "Young Master X."
Ecstasy. Thank you.
Young Master Ecstasy. Pardon
No,
me.
just
Oh, right, sorry.
Sorry.
That's fine. I can put aside the honorific.
Hello.
Okay, cool. Let's go inside.
Yeah. Can I help you with your things?
Oh, yeah, please. We just have a couple things. Just like these suitcases and stuff. I assume they're getting dinner going.
One should assume.
Nice. Oh, I hope it's a steak dinner.
Well, I will relay that to the kitchen.
Yeah. Yeah, I know we usually have some nice cuts in the fridge, if not the freezer.
Yes, I think they were already preparing a fish-based meal, but if young Master Mr. Gog is in need of a steak, then we shall provide.
You know what? I can have fish and steak. It's a little bit of surf and turf, know what I mean?
You want both. Okay. Yes,
Yeah.
I will relay that information to the kitchen. And then I think he takes all of your luggage and he holds out his arm that has like the towel wrapped on it, and he just like cartoonishly almost stacks it on top of each other and is able to like effortlessly hold it on one arm as he sort of leads the way through the gates that part before him and towards the manor proper. Anything else?
So this is my home, X. It's usually not so like empty and barren and like devoid of life and stuff. Well, I mean, that's not necessarily false, but I'm surprised my dads haven't been setting stuff up already. Usually by now they have like, you know, well, what's it called? Like, streamers and bunting and little fairy lights and stuff like a week in advance.
I cannot see your dad's putting up like crepe paper streamers in their fucking luxurious $1 million mansion. Yes, a bit of a streamer.
Your dads were like, let's make it fancy, and then blew up balloons and left them on the floor.
Also, the idea that they would decorate at all is really absurd.
Yeah, Stag is not really aware of it's the fact that it's the servants who do all this work.
And I think even as you enter, you do we do see some of the workers like putting up the stuff, but Stag does not notice it going on. It's kind of like Santa Claus, you know.
Oh my god.
I believe it's real.
Like
so yeah. Oh god.
Actually, no. She would notice them if they moved. Like she has like movement triggered.
I didn't mean like didn't see them at all, but is like not acknowledging in her mind that they are the ones decorating, even though they're actively decorating.
Definitely.
Amazing.
Yeah.
So yeah, you enter the main foyer, and you see that the house is made out of these huge vaulted ceilings with these ribs of like a deep dark oak. It almost has a bit of like a reddish hue to it, and then all the floors are marble, and then pierced through the marble floor is just like these veins of gold, and and it is very opulent. Is there any other details you want to add as y'all enter?
X
I
would look at Stag kind of sideways, coming up the drive and coming into this main foyer, and go, "You didn't tell me that you lived at a historical site."
Historical? What do you mean by that?
This was once a military base. Probably from the time of the Blood Age, if I'm right.
Oh yeah. Yeah, this was. Yeah. My dad told me stories about this place growing up.
You must have a lot of ghosts.
Ghosts?
Have you seen any?
I don't think. I mean, I guess my great granddad does technically live in my axe. But I haven't really talked to or seen any other ghosts aside from that. Is that true? Have I been haunted before?
I don't know. Do you want to be haunted? I love a good haunting.
Wait, okay. Wait a minute. Actually, now that you bring that up, X, when I was a kid, I thought this was just in my head. I thought this was just a nightmare, but maybe she was a ghost. There was this, like, woman or creature or thing that I was almost certain lived under my bed. And, like, she would, like, knock on, like, the underside of my bed.
What the fuck?
Oh, no, I meant, like, real
so
ghosts.
Oh, then I don't know.
What the fuck?
Maybe we can look for some.
Okay.
Do you have any relics from the time of the Blood Age here?
Do we? Are there Blood Age relics here?
I would think so. I would think it would be with your ancestral shrine.
Oh yeah, it's
In
all
the-
over the
yeah.
ancestral shrine.
Which is, yeah.
In like the worship area.
Are we going to decorate over there?
Oh, that place is usually off limits for like events and stuff because it's like a sacred space, you know. But we do sometimes give offerings. I always have to usually give an offering when I come back after like a long trip away. So I'm probably going to do that like today or tomorrow.
Okay. Just tell me where to stand.
Sure. I mean, if you want to come with, you can because you know you're you're my date. So yeah. Anyway, so those are the heads of all the monsters my dad has killed. That was like a super angry owlbear. That was like a super angry hydra. That was like an uber angry manticore. That was like an ultra yoked. I'm running out of monsters.
Your dad is just Hercules. What the fuck?
Do you need to go say hello to them? I can look at all the monsters if you want.
Oh, yeah. I was thinking you could meet them too, you know, if you wanted to.
No, thank you. And X turns and starts walking down the hallway very quickly.
Oh, okay. Well, I'll see you up in the hall that they'll set us up in.
Should I meet them right now?
I mean, I was thinking we could. I wanted you to meet them, but maybe it's not a good idea if you don't want to.
It's also usually when you come home, you will have dinner together as a family. So,
I mean, you'll get to meet them at dinner anyway.
I'm sorry, above the table. I don't know if I'm supposed to be involved with Stag's scene.
oh, I assumed you would be, but it's up to Connie, really.
Okay, I'll go.
Yeah,
That's
I was
fine.
thinking above the table. I was thinking it could be cool if you were there to witness the very awkward like conversation.
And I think it's an opportunity for them to disapprove of
Yes.
of X
Yes,
of
of
the
X.
choice and date.
Understood. X, in that case, pivots and walks back. Okay, we can go.
Great. I think they're starting to set the table for dinner anyway right now. So, all right, I can lead you to the main dining hall. Main dining hall A.
Oh God. Would you please explain to us what main dining hall A looks like?
It's so fucking ritzy. It's like a huge chamber. You know, there's a roaring there are 2 fireplaces, and there are 2 different heads of the table. And her dad's would sit at like either head, and it's this long mahogany
Oh
table.
my God.
And this table's modular and magical, I think. So like it can like extend and shorten based on how many guests there are. But right now it's just gonna be the 2 dads, Stag and X, so it like will shorten to like a slightly smaller but still very opulent table. And there are like various entrances and exits leading in and out to like a kitchen area, and there are almost always like servants posted around the perimeter of this room just standing at attention, and they would serve courses, like multiple courses, so that like the diners don't have to like even like get up from their table to get food or anything like that.
And I think just as you sit down, like those smells coming from the kitchen are just like wafting in, and they smell extravagant and mouthwatering. And I imagine the 2 of you are kind of sitting next to each other on one side of the table, or are you sitting on opposite?
I think we might be sitting across from each other.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
Sure.
you are sitting there. Anything before the dads arrive?
X is checking out the knife. Like whatever knife is sitting there, the table setting, they're just kind of looking. They've like picked it up and they're looking at it.
I would think 4 to 5 knives, you know,
Yes.
depending on which dish you are going to be enjoying. And please don't use the wrong one.
Why are there so many?
Oh, I mean, there's different knives and forks and stuff for the different courses. Have you? Oh my God! Just work from the outside in.
Okay. Like take the skin off first?
Huh?
Nothing.
No, like the cutlery.
As you
The
say
ones
that,
on
you
the outside
hear
and then-
2 sets of footsteps approach, and you can hear a little bit of a laugh, and your fathers enter arm in arm, and Arcadium is sort of leaning on Yangsheng, and they're sharing a nice little moment as they come to meet their child for dinner. Yangsheng is a Goliath, and very big, and exudes charisma. It's just has sort of expels that energy. But you can also tell that there's a very militant part to him, the way he holds himself, and the sort of the hard edges of his personality and body, because he's yoked. And what do you think he's wearing to dinner? I don't know why I was thinking a smoking jacket, but that's absolutely what I was thinking.
A smoking jacket. You said it.
There are dining jackets.
Okay, yeah, I think he only expects Stag to be there. Did you give them a heads up that X would be coming?
No.
Okay, yeah. So I think he's like, they're almost jammed out, you know? So I think he's wearing a really opulent smoking jacket. But that's what he's wearing. And then Arcadium Graves, inexplicably, is a Harangon. That is about half the height of Yangsheng. And he has like sort of like soft brown fur, and then like this like beautiful buttery tawny belly or like underside, and his eyes always look tired, and his ears are sort of like short and rounded at the end, and his whiskers are dark and super long, and he's such a little cutie pie. But he's leaning on sort of the elbow, as the height difference is, of his husband. And they're sharing a moment when they walk in, and and he's got he's got big old round spectacles on, and they notice you, and Arcadium is the first to recognize, and his tired eyes widen a bit and goes, "Oh, Stag, you brought a friend."
Dad, hey! And Stag gets up, like kind of excitedly out of like her chair and like takes a few steps forward. Hey, it's good to see you, sir. And then she like kind of clicks her heels together and straightens when she addresses her other dad.
Yeah. And Arcadium will kind of shoot a look to Yongsheng and then wrap their arms around you. And they're nice and fluffy and warm, as you always remember them to be.
Yeah, Stag has been taller than Arcadium for the past since she was like 7.
Yeah.
So she like leans down and like hugs her dad.
Oh, yeah.
And then let's go.
Yeah, and I think Yongsheng shoots like a very subtle look over at Ecstasy sitting at the table, but then reaches forward and like squeezes your shoulder a little bit in greeting.
It's good to see you, sir. I'm sorry I didn't tell you both in advance. I have a guest here. This is Ecstasy, or X, but I think Ecstasy. They're one of the other grad students at Strixhaven, and they're great. They're brilliant. They're an amazing poet.
See,
Yes.
are Ecstasy's mercy symbols showing?
No, and I think
Okay.
they're actually dressed down. Like they don't have their scarf from the monastery that they wear
Okay.
either.
Okay.
They're like just in like basically all black with the little with their little vest. But their bow is always on them.
Are you still wearing the bell?
Yes. And it has yet to make a
It has
noise.
yet to make a noise. Amazing. So yeah, Yongsheng is the first one to approach you, I think, Ecstasy, and sort of just very militaristically holds out their hand for a firm handshake, which I'm sure he will judge you on.
Oh, can I roll strength to see how well I shake his hand?
Yeah. Let's roll versus.
Fuck yeah.
I rolled a 6.
That's so funny. I rolled an 11 total.
Oh dang. I mean, beats still. Yeah, so I think he's not expecting. You look very small to the untrained eye. And I think he's not thinking much of you. So he doesn't go in too hard. He goes in a little half cocked, and then you fire back, and he tilts his head to the side and nods, and then moves around you to take his seat at the head of the table. And then Arcadium comes around and takes your hand, and his paw doesn't try to strength you out, but quickly shakes it, and then it doesn't really say anything, and then takes his place at the other end of the table. The servants come out. They start serving up the first tier. What is it called?
Course?
Course.
The appetizer?
Listen, I've never experienced such a thing. So yeah, they're putting out the first course of your meal this evening.
It's a pleasure to meet you both. And X, since receiving the date offer from Stag, has like reverted. Their face is back to mimicking like the perfect mask of expressions, and they are not emoting in a real way whatsoever. And they have been extremely hard to find day to day. Like they are just not around. And like they're very, very composed and very, very shut off. It's a pleasure to meet you both.
Arcadium speaks up and goes, "Oh, it's so nice to meet you too. We had no idea that Stag was bringing a friend with them." And then Yongsheng goes, "Yeah, we had no idea." And then looks at Stag.
it was kind of a spur of the moment thing. Bags already packed, and I figured, like, hey, X, you should come with. I wanted you to meet them because in advance, they're a friend, and they're also a special kind of friend, I suppose. They're here as my date.
There is a collective pause. And then Yangshen goes, to the Ascension Ball.
Yes. You told me to find a date, right? And I mean, X made sense. Like I said, they're a great poet. They're really good with their bow, actually. I think they can outshoot some of your lieutenants back when you were, anyway.
That comment kind of pissed him off. Again, he's very charismatic. He hides it very well, but I think you know the minutiae of your dad's mannerisms enough to know you struck a chord. And you draw his attention to Ecstasy's bow, which he studies a little too long, and then passes some sort of silent communication expression across the other side of the table to Arcavios.
Does X catch any of this?
I mean, give me an insight check.
I rolled a natural one. It's a 7 total, I think.
I don't know. I mean, you're distracted by something. What are you distracted by?
I'm distracted by the way that Stag is acting, I think. Well, I think X, beyond how they've been acting, has not really been able to look away from Stag. Like, all of their intensity and all of their focus is like fixated on Stag. Like, they almost refuse to stop staring at her specifically. Like, their eyes won't really go anywhere else. To the point where they have like tunnel vision, I think.
Yeah. The waitstaff comes out, clears the first course, replaces it with the second. It's all very small meals, right? I feel like the fancier you are, the less food
Tiny.
that you get.
Yes.
So
Tiny.
it's just very, very small, but very, very indulgent. Every single one of them. It's like you only need one bite to just have this like blast of flavor and experience and, warmth and cold shooting through your body appropriately. Like it is an experience for sure. And again, ecstasy, I don't know if that's something you would have experienced at the monastery. Maybe a little bit at the school, not to this degree, but like home cooked meals and beyond that, like professionally prepared meals by a highly trained staff. So it is a bit of an experience. I don't know if it's overpowering your current distraction, but it is happening. And it's all old hat to you, Stag. Second course comes out, and then Arcavios turns to X and goes, "So, where do you hail from?"
Here and there. I grew up in a monastery far south from here.
Oh, you're a nun.
No, I grew up in a monastery.
You're an orphan.
No. Only one of my parents is dead.
That shuts Arcavios up real quick. It goes back to eating the dinner.
Oh, yeah. X's, family has a kind of like a difficult background. I mean, don't we all have kind of difficult family backgrounds? Haha, like generally speaking.
Both your dads
But,
look
yeah.
at you. In mixed company, their eyes say.
Just generally speaking, we've all got our issues, right? So, less so about X's past and all that. I'm really excited about what X is doing right now with your poetry and archery and stuff.
Yes, I study poetic texts from the Blood Age.
And I think at this, Yangshen ears kind of perk up and goes, "Oh, the Blood Age. Now there is a topic of interest." And one course is pulled out, another is pulled back in. "Do you know this very estate is built on the ruins of a military outpost from the Blood Age? I'm a bit of a connoisseur."
How interesting and engaging. I could tell from the foundation.
You can. So you're quite learned in your field.
Yes. The
It's-
monastery has a similar structural integrity and architecture style.
He narrows his eyes a little bit at you when you say that. You know, not a lot of people have the stomach for the research. Kind of looks over at Stag.
Oh yeah, you gotta have like a steel stomach for that kind of research. I mean, blood age, lots of guts, horror, you know, war is terrible and all that, but also really interesting to study as a topic.
And it's so lovely that Stag has followed in the footsteps of your interests.
Deep sigh. Yes. I suppose it is.
My thesis has been coming along well. I wrote another like 40 pages this like past week. It's mostly just me like summarizing texts and stuff, but
your dad literally does this. And Arcadium like shoots some daggers across the table at Yangshan.
Stag kind of wilts at that, like very visibly, and just sort of trails off, and it looks like she grows a foot smaller as her shoulders kind of hunch and she goes back to eating her course. And it feels like a very familiar hunch. Like she's very used to this kind of reaction.
Even like
Yangshan.
in that chair. It's like it's formed to that shape of you. Another course taken out, one brought back in. Well, I'm glad your studies are going well, Mr. Gog. Young Barogash has also been making a lot of progress in their work.
Right, Baru. Yeah, I've actually been spending more time with Baru than I used to. So I've seen the progress that they've been making. It's good stuff.
Very impressive work. Very impressive work. I think we will see something truly significant come out of the research that they're doing. Something game-changing.
Yeah. Yeah, oh, for sure. I mean, I'm also working on something game-changing, ideally.
And what is that?
My thesis. You know, it's 440 pages now.
Right.
Yeah, it's definitely long. My advisor said it's like the longest first draft she's ever seen.
Well, that is an accomplishment.
Yeah. I mean, it's the best of something. It's the best of being the longest, so.
Yes.
So, what do you think of that, Dad?
I agree.
Do you agree that it's the best? That it was the best?
Oh, look, another course. Another course comes in. Slides out. I'm sorry, what were you saying?
Nothing. It's nothing.
You know, I was thinking maybe we change the lights in the gardens for the event tomorrow. What color do you think would be good?
Me? Oh, any color. But if you had to ask, I really like red. I've been really into red recently.
Red. I think that's a great idea. Great choice. Yangshin mumbles under his breath, they're already red.
Stag catches that and quickly amends. And black? We could make the lights black.
Black?
Yeah, I like black.
But they're lights.
Oh, right. Yeah. Right. Then gold light, I think, would go well with the red.
Like the star arches.
What? Oh, yeah. Mm-hmm. Yes. Like that's exactly what I was thinking. The star arches.
Good point, Ecstasy. This is an ascension ball, after all. The next meal gets taken away, and then Yangshen stands up and says, "We will take dessert in our room tonight." He turns to you
Really?
and goes, "I expect you to be fully prepared for the event tomorrow and on time."
Yes, of course.
Then turns to Ecstasy and says, "And I hope you clean up well." And then,
I
then
did
starts-
clean up for this.
He doesn't really acknowledge you. And then your other father looks a little conflicted. And then it's like, "Okay, well, we'll see you tomorrow. So excited for your event. And it was so lovely to meet you, Ecstasy."
The pleasure was all mine.
And then he shuffles after Yangshen.
Oh, okay. Enjoy the dessert. I think it's some kind of truffle or cheesecake. They don't usually take their dessert up in their room unless they're kind of upset.
Do you think they disliked me?
No. I think I put my foot in my mouth.
The dessert comes out, and it requires a bit of work on the servant's part because it's like one of those domes that you pour like the hot chocolate over, and then it slowly melts. And I think the two of you are just sitting there quietly watching as this dome melts away to reveal the innards. And that's where we're gonna leave, and we're gonna take a brief break, and then we'll be back for the end of the episode. We'll see y'all in a second. and welcome back to the season 1 finale of Higher Education, a 5th edition Dungeons and Dragons game set in the Strixhaven setting with a wholly original story and a bunch of cool queers. Thank you so much, y'all. We hit our goal and then some. So thank you for all the contributions today. Exclamation point HE goal if you want to keep contributing. If we hit 500, apparently Connie's going to release a single in a la Stag. So if you want to add that to your Stoneify, a wink, that's how you make it happen. But we're going to jump right back in because we've got a bit of ground to cover before we call this a day. So all of the rest of you arrive at the event. I don't think X or Stag, I don't think you see the dads TM again until the event. I think they're just taking care of whatever they need to take care of and doing a lot of micromanaging, I imagine. And Arcadia might just be like locked up in his workshop, to be honest. But you don't see them the rest of the day, but you do get to, and I don't even think you see your friends before like everyone starts arriving. So you all arrive there as the event is going on, or is kicking off. And it is like the early evening. So the sun is going down, the lanterns are lit, they are red. The gold has not been included in the design, but they're glowing and taking you down the path and through the incredibly huge ornate gateway, and sort of just to give you all a lay of the land and where you can possibly go while you're here. There is the main hall, which sort of is where the main event is going on. There's these two huge curving staircases that are sort of mirrors of each other, and they wind down from the top floors of the main building of what is essentially a compound on this mountain, a collection of buildings and pagodas and gardens and shrines, etc., etc. It sort of just builds on itself a little more every year. And they wind down and then they spill out into this large open area that is recessed into the ground at the center of the room. So it's sort of like a dance floor-esque, or a wide ball area that has small staircases on either side that go up to the higher landing. Nestled between the two staircases, a little higher up, is a stage that when you arrive is currently occupied by a band that is playing some pretty like low-key traditional music, some classical music, nothing too rip-roarious. Up from the recessed landing at the bottom, the walls are lined with tables that are filled with small foods, hors d'oeuvres, drinks, party favors, like whatever a guest could want, they are being attended to. But if not by these tables, by the waitstaff that is also going around and offering food and drinks, and to take plates and empty glasses and make offerings to people that are coming through. There are also plush couches and like settees that are around the space as well, offering just, a place of reprieve. Lounge. I'm not pleased. That are offering a reprieve from like dancing or standing or walking around, and they are just like super, super luxurious to sit in. It's sort of like sitting in a cloud. And then there are multiple doors on each side of this expansive room that lead to other parts of the estate. And the cold mountain air is sort of magically kept at bay from reaching into that inner sanctum of that room, and with all the buildings that you experience. But the doors are typically kept open so you can see out on the land. The statement piece of the entire hall we might recall from Stag's Dream, but it is this multi-story chandelier that hangs down at the center, and it seems to be made entirely of naturally formed icicles, and they even drip in the warmth of the space, but they maintain their shape. They don't like shrink or anything like that. And then the drops of melted water fade into these like gentle sparkles before they touch the ground. So the floor's not wet or anything like that, but it has that sort of dripping effect. There's also gardens that you can visit. There's multiple around the estate. Sort of the connective tissue between them is that they usually have a circular opening at their entrance in a low standing wall made of usually like white stone with some ornate edging around the top. There are small lanterns that are filled with fairy light, also red. And they sort of respond to when people are close to them. So they'll faintly, it's like they're on a slider. They'll faintly light up as you approach, and then as you walk away, they'll faintly fade back out. So it's really only if you're looking out on it, like the garden is lit by the moon, and if you're walking through it, you do have a bit of lantern light to light your path. The paths are graveled, and there are patches of perfectly manicured plants and trees and stones, and there's definitely like flora that is indicative of the area, but even some patches that should not be able to grow here at all are flourishing, and each garden kind of has its own theme in that regard. There are pools of water throughout as well that are topped with patches of water lilies, and they feed into small streams, which feed into other pools of water further along down the path. And there's sort of this winding stream to lake to stream to pond thing that happens down halfway down the mountain and all the way through the estate. At points, the paths become bridges. And sometimes they're like these sort of like small ornate bumps in the road. But if you're just trying to bypass like a small bit of stream, but other times the walkways that trail across like expanses of water, they kind of track all the way across and are held up by patches of like very worked over stone as sort of the base of them, and they eventually meander back to land. And every so often the path is interrupted or accentuated by a small pagoda with ornate red fencing meant to offer respite or a covered view of the water or the gardens. And then also when you look out at the water, if you're out, because it's very cold, but most of the pathways that go out across the water are covered. So it's a nice temperature in there, but when you look out on the water, you can see sort of like wisps of heat rising from the water. It sort of indicates that that water is heated in some way or warm, antithetical to the surroundings. There are also courtyards. There are inner and outer courtyards. They have ornate centerpieces that are cut away to reveal, again, those unnaturally warm waters. They're blocked by low ornate fencing, and they're split in the center by more small ornate bridges. And they are also surrounded by the patterned walkway of stone, and that leads to the center and then back out into the surrounding buildings that are sort of interconnected in a way, sort of like weaved together like a basket. And then there's also these angular shapes between those patches of path that are filled magically with magically unmarred snow that ends concisely where the pathway begins. So it's almost as the snow itself is sort of a decoration. And then, of course, there is the ancestral pagoda. It is a tiered tower with multiple eaves. There are two fierce stone lions that guard its entrance. It's poised perfectly in the center of the estate. So from the top, you can see for miles across the estate out into the mountains and beyond. It's formed from red pillars and red window frames and red doors and the fencing. And then also there's gold filigree that is like really thick between the tiers, sort of like a cake. And also some gold accents used very sparingly throughout the rest of the architectural design. And then, yeah, the main shrine inside that ancestral pagoda is to Stag's great-grandfather. And if you go in there, there's typically incense burning, spirit tablets, small altars to other family members or anything of that nature. And people do offer up like flowers or small figurines of lions and even food that the altars, those are dedicated, people would enjoy. And it's really bright in there. It's, it is a place that is honoring the dead, but it's almost joyous in its vibrancy. And those are the places I have. But if you want to add on, meet somewhere I have not named, that is fine too. You just have to tell me what it looked like. So yeah, you all show up. That is your playground. What do you do?
X, since they're already there, has been waiting underneath the chandelier, watching the sparkles rain down, like they're standing directly underneath it and like letting it almost snow down on them, waiting for Stag to come. I assume that Stag is going to have to make like some kind of grand entrance, you know, from up the stairs, like, you know, so they're just waiting. Very, I don't think it shows because they're almost like a statue, like they're part of the chandelier, like they're the art piece that's standing underneath it. But they're there looking up, and you know, as the camera pans down to their dress, the same one before with the mercy, 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 a second one is crossed off in scar tissue that looks months old at this point, and there's only one that remains.
Okay. Anybody else showing up while we're waiting for Stag to make their grand entrance?
Yeah, I think Jaysha has arrived at the party and, you know, wearing that combination dress pantsuit that they are, with the front cut out, the silver chains kind of hanging across their front and their back. They have still that pauldron, the succulent pauldron on, as they always do. And the only thing that feels a little bit out of place out of everything that Jaysha is wearing is that Ray has a little black rose with all of its thorns still attached, kind of like tucked into and almost like woven and threaded into the embroidery of their dress, as the threads of the dress like literally spill off of the fabric. It's almost as if the Jaysha had found this rose and then kind of lovingly kind of wrapped it around the threads of their dress to keep it in place. And I think we find them still outside, actually. I think they haven't quite worked up the nerve to go inside just yet. And so Ray is kind of pacing around in the gardens in order to ground themselves and center themselves, looking at all of the different plants and flora that the Zoograves have managed to cultivate here, especially the ones that aren't native to this area. And so they're kind of absorbed in that, trying to center themselves.
Yeah, and I think you're doing that, and you can, out of the corner in your periphery, you can see the faint light of a lantern sort of grow in strength as someone approaches you on the footpath, and you hear a voice go, "I thought I'd find you out here." And you turn around, and it is Aurora. Aurora is dressed in a very slinky black dress that is like perfectly accentuating her cleavage, with like also like one pendant necklace that's like just tickling the top of it. And you see where her dress sort of crosses over to form around her ribs and waist. You see a small succulent in a very similar color to the scheme you typically associate with. She's also wearing this super wide-brimmed hat that has lace, not lace, but like, what do you call those? Tassels hanging down from it. So her face is kind of obscured, but you can clearly see bright red lips peeking out from behind it. And she's also wearing black leather gloves and holding a glass of deep red wine, sort of almost lazily in one of her hands as she approaches you.
I think before Jaysha had turned around, Aurora could see the backs of Rare muscles kind of like stiffen and tighten as they brace themselves with the voice that they had heard, and they turn around to see Aurora all looking like that. And Ray, I think, flushes a little bit, and their hand automatically goes up to that black rose that is like woven into their dress, and they kind of like thumb the petals of it a little bit, and they look around at Aurora, their eyes finally landing on that succulent pin that is kind of at her waist. And Ray, still looking at it, says, "You came."
Of course I did. Were you worried?
I wasn't sure, if I'm being perfectly honest.
She takes a few more steps towards you, and you see that the leather gloves she's wearing actually go up past her elbow as she sort of twirls the drink in front of her face. And then she goes, "I wouldn't miss this for the world."
Jasha steps in a little bit closer, I think just at the edge of the brim of her hat, so that the only distance between them is the length of her brim. And Jasha has not been very brave around Aurora this whole time. I think they have always been the type to drop things, to stumble over their words, everything. And I think seeing Aurora here, having accepted a rare invitation to the ball, gives them a little bit of confidence, just enough for this moment. And I think Jasha will take out a hand and reach out and place it on top of Aurora's own, the one that is holding that wine glass, feeling the material, the soft thread of the gloves that she is wearing. And they venture to look through the tassels into Aurora's eyes, and they say, "I, for one, am glad that you're here."
Well, then I guess that makes two of us. And I think she whips her really slowly, whips her wrist around, and sort of just like in a singular smooth motion transfers the wine glass to your hand that was resting on hers.
And without missing a beat, Jasha takes the glass, takes a sip of the wine that was inside of it, and with their other hand will reach out and kind of offer a rare arm to Aurora to take. "Shall we go inside?"
And Aurora goes, "What a gentleman. Of course." And takes your arm and places the other hand like gently on your shoulder.
And Jasha will escort Aurora inside, internally panicking just like a lot, but is going to externally anyway try to keep all of that in, and will take her inside for Stag's grand entrance.
That's right. Ciro, Baru, what's up? Someone jump in?
I'll jump in.
Okay.
Yeah, I think I imagine Bar and Talana would go together, right? They'd arrive together. And yeah, Bar is in their black to burgundy kind of ombre dress, slit in the sides on the left side of it, with kind of like tastefully placed cutouts around the hips, so a bit more skin is shown. And I think like the couple, like maybe a day or so before they kind of like showed like they had a video call with their mums, showed them the dress, and then one of their moms were like, "Did you get a purse with it?" And they're like, "I'm meant to get a purse."
I'm meant to get a purse.
So I think they like were like, "Okay, God, you'll mess about us," and then like rush like sent one of their old persons. So I think they're holding like a beautiful black with like and some accented with some gold purse that their mum used to use frequently, that they now handed down to Beauregard, and they're kind of holding that in both their hands, kind of like fiddling with it like a fidget toy, because they're very nervous about coming out like this in front of so many people. And by their side is Talana, wearing what are they wearing?
Yeah, Talana has as promised sort of changed the color of their gown to match with yours. And it sort of sweeps down into a V-neck here. And it's a loose fabric, but it is cinched tight around her waist by this gold filigreed metal that sort of goes up her sternum, dips back down, and then back up across her ribs. The same sort of material is used on her shoulders to create these small decorative pauldrons that have a series of chains that hang down from them. The sleeves are long, but they're split. So her arms are visible up to here, but up to her like armpit almost, but then the sleeves continue to hang down. And then there is a slit, one slit in her gown that goes almost all the way up to her belt. And she is looking fine.
I think when Baru had first seen the outfit, I'm like, you look incredible. Very matter of fact. Like, okay, we might be late, but I have a ride, and fast forward to the actual place, and yeah, I think they walk straight in.
Yeah. And I think when you compliment her, she shoots it right back and is like, I think you look incredibly attractive, Baru.
Thank you. And Baru's like, I think Baru. So Talana and Baru have been friends for a while. They first met in high school, so they've been friends for a while. And I think Baru is definitely more comfortable with Talana because there doesn't seem to be any need to read between the lines because Barugash is not good at that. So I think that the most ease they've had been in a while as they walk in into this grand mansion.
Yeah. I don't think there feels like there's any pressure or anything like that, at least from her.
Yeah.
From other people, maybe, I don't know. So where do you think you'll head first?
I kind of look around, and I'll probably like, Baru's not much of a party goer in general, but especially this is their first ball, and I think they do like the typical kind of antisocial kid thing and just kind of stand by the snacks. Just stand by the snacks and kind of like pick at the finger foods while talking to Talana.
Yeah, I think Talana is perfectly happy to do that as well, and is appreciates going over the finer aspects of finger foods with you and and such. Ciro, what's up?
Okay. I think Ciro, our pal, is a little panicked because I don't think they planned a grand entrance.
And they were meant to!
I know. But things have been so wild lately. They've been busy. They went camping.
Glamping.
They went glamping. No, that was camping. They were on the dirt. I don't like the camps. Don't trust my standards. So yeah, I think Ciro's kind of doing that like last minute homework situation, and the entire time that they've been on their way, they've been like, what do I do? What could I possibly do? I could druid craft some stuff, but like that's not nearly big enough of a big enough spell. Like they're trying to
It's
think,
a cantrip,
like,
honey.
I know. Do I enlarge myself? Do I shrink myself?
So I think your date picks up on your misgivings and is like, "Are you okay, Ciro?" And we see that Ciro's date is just a gigantic, hulked out. I keep wanting to say centaur, minotaur that is sort of fashioned after a Highland cow. So he has long black fur and long wide horns that go far out past his head before they curve upward into an incredibly sharp tip, perfect for goring. He also had these brilliant golden eyes, and he's an incredibly sharp dresser, just typically, but particularly tonight, he is wearing what's your color scheme again for your outfit, Ciro?
Yeah, so Ciro's in like a light silvery gray jumpsuit that's like it's got cutoffs at the shoulders and then slits on the side of the legs, with like very, very high heels, and there's all this like silver floral filigree that goes all around the suit.
Okay,
and then and I think like they've got their hair in like fluffy finger waves and stuff.
I love it. So yeah, I think he has a really deep like crushed velvet tailored jacket, but it has matching like silver filigree down the fronts of it. And then he also has a vest on that is buttoned up with silver buttons and is like almost bursting from the barrelness of his chest. And this like beautiful it's not an ascot, right? It's a like the white thing
Carafe? No.
a carafe. No.
A carafe?
No. You
A
know
bolo
that.
tie?
Cavant?
No,
Are you talking about an ascot?
no, I'm walking it back. He has a bolo tie on. A cravat. A
Vana
cravat.
said cancel
But
everything.
hold on, we're walking it back. It's definitely a fucking bolo tie. And I think in honor of the event, the like cinch keeping it together is in the is silver, but in the shape of a lion. And then just like these perfectly tailored pants, and you can see white cuffs poking out from under his suit jacket, and he just looks gorgeous. He looks like a snack and a half. And this is Salazar. Ciro asked him during their study group.
Yeah, we're in the same cohort. Nobody talks about fucking school. You kill a man and all of a sudden that's all it takes over your life.
Oh my gosh. So yeah, he sort of bends over to like peer into your face and is like, "What's going on? Aren't you excited?"
Sorry. I looked at the live chat and it ruins me every time. I don't know why I fucking do that to myself. No, you're all perfect. Don't change. Yeah, I think Ciro kind of stiffens a little bit and like, damn, this is why them and Jace are best friends. Kind of stiffens a little bit and looks away and it's just like, no, yeah, I'm fine. I'm just.
Before you finish talking, he scoops you up in his arms and is like, I'm sorry, that's what he does, and like spins you around and is like, "Come on, this is gonna be such a fun night."
I like squeeze and I'm like, I'm not gonna do it because I'll be loud, but I do think Cyril like squeals in surprise.
And he laughs. And one thing you need to know about Salazar is that he always smells fucking good. Like he's the best smelling bitch you've ever met in your life. He makes soap in his free time.
Oh my god.
And he's really like obsessed with the power of smells. So he's like always smelling like, on point.
Witherbloom. The magic of spells doesn't come from the plants, but rather the scent inside.
That's right. That's right. So that's sort of his hyper fixation.
Mm-hmm. God bless him.
So it that sort of that deep, rich, earthy smell of him that you're, I don't know, maybe obsessed with. I'm not going to tell you how to live your life.
Yeah, no, Ciro's bright fucking red. Bright fucking red. And just like smacks their arm, or he smacks his arms, just like, put me down.
And he laughs like deep and throaty, and then puts you back, places you very gently and delicately back on the ground. Well, what do you want to do first?
Well, we have to make like an entrance, but I don't know what we should do for our entrance. And so I've been thinking and trying to like figure out like, how do we walk in? What do we do? Should there be light? Should there be magic? Should there be something like, you know?
Okay, how about I enter first and then you run at me and I pick you up with one arm and twirl you above my head. I read that in a book one time. I've always wanted to try it. You hate it. You hate the idea.
No, I don't hate it. You're very cute.
What if we pretend we're having a fight? People love a fight.
I mean, they are military. It is a military family.
Not a physical fight.
Oh.
like a verbal fight. Like we're in a tiff.
Have you ever been angry at somebody?
Yes. Myself.
Don't be angry with yourself.
Oh, well, I'm not currently. I'm very happy with myself right now. And he pulls an arm around your waist and pulls you closer to him.
Oh, God. How do you simultaneously get stiff but also fall into a person? His embrace is just so warm.
I'm gonna mermaid it.
Just plank in his arms. You know, it's fine. It's fine. Let's just
No entrance?
no entrance.
I
This
could
is-
run ahead and have them call out something before your name, like doctor.
I don't have a doctorate.
Well, but I mean for effect.
No, it's okay. It's supposed to be Stag's night, you know?
Right.
And
No,
I
you're right.
feel, yeah, it feels like inappropriate to make a big entrance at somebody else's night, right?
I don't know. I kind of thought that was the idea. As if everybody was supposed to make an entrance.
Well,
But I also love the understated. And I think you can pull off both.
let's just walk in then. Yeah. I mean, we look great, and I think that's enough.
I agree. And then he puts out his I guess, elbow.
Yeah, no. And Cyril will take it, and we walk in.
Beautiful. And they announce your names as you enter. And Salazar has a beautiful big smile that he sort of flashes around the room. And people you know from school, just a couple people are there and recognize you, and you recognize them. And then also just some other people you don't know. All right, Stag, I think it's time for your big entrance.
Oh yeah.
The music comes to sort of increases in volume, and there's a big finish, and it trails off, and the lights in the room sort of dim, except for on one of the main staircases.
Okay, here we go. So Stag is in the wings this whole time. She's been hyping herself up. She's been like sort of like very, very nervous, breathing in and out, in and out, in and out. And when she hears the music dim, she can hear the light click on, nods to herself, and then she steps into the spotlight. And she's dressed in the same, like, beautifully tailored, celestial, and yet military chic, like, pure cloud white jacket with the black and gold embroidery, and, like, the nice thick leather boots. It looks gorgeous on her. And her axe has also, I think, been, just for this event, basically like a paint job, a temporary paint job, just like a glamour that her servants would have helped her put on to make it also kind of like, I think white, gold, and black. Like a skin for her axe, basically, that's like strapped to her back. She like arrives in the spotlight. There's a moment where she looks like a little overwhelmed, and then she very quickly like puts on a smile, takes in a deep breath, and does what she's supposed to do, which is to make a big entrance. So I think she's gonna like grab the hilt of her axe, like with her eyes closed, and when she opens her eyes, she's gonna rage and try to like summon her ancestor spirit.
Yeah, you definitely are able to do that.
Yeah, there's like a gust of wind almost that like sweeps down the stairs, like into the audience, like ruffling people's skirts, throwing people's like hair back behind them, as this huge ghostly stone lion roars off of Stag's shoulders, and like lets out this like echoing vacuous roar. Like it lets out a roar that like shakes, I think, the chandelier above and causes some more water to drip down and cascade in these glowing luminescent sparkles. And at the same time, she draws her axe and leaps down. It's like a very action-oriented introduction. She leaps down the staircase and like plants, like thunder punches down, like a fucking like superhero, like action movie opening, and like lands like on the ground with her axe drawn, and then like raises herself to her full height as the stone lion like coils around her body like a pet.
I love it. The only edit I would like to make is that where you land is in that center stage between the two staircases.
Totally into that.
And your fathers are already poised on either side. So once you kind of come up from that hero pose from the ground, they move to your side. And everybody, there's a roar. I mean, it's automatically a standing ovation. Pretty much everybody's already standing, but it's like, it's not just clapping, but like whooping and hollering. And like when you landed, like there were gasps, and you can tell that people are sort of like quietly whispering excitedly to each other about about you and the form and the event this year. Like it's just a buzz in the hall that is now very much filled with people, all there for you. And Arcadium leans over and goes, "Oh, what an entrance! Excellent work, Stag."
Thanks, Dad. What did you think, sir?
And Yangshen looks over at you and is like, "I'm glad you showed up." And then stares at you and then goes, it's time. Like, you should know what you're supposed to do next. Like, he goes, your dance, your first dance. And he uses his elbow to push you forward towards the like small staircase that leads off the stage. And everybody parts in the center of the room except for Ecstasy, who is still standing underneath the gigantic chandelier. Sort of, I think maybe accidentally in position.
100%.
Right. The first dance. I was so busy practicing that routine that I freaking forgot.
Everyone goes quiet.
She sheaths her axe back behind her back and like kind of like goes down the stairs, almost a little too stiffly, like she's starting to get nervous again. The adrenaline rush is turning into nerves. And she like approaches X.
So on your way down the steps, you feel a hand grip your elbow. And you turn kind of halfway and you recognize it's your dad, it's Yangshen. And he leans right next to your head and goes, "You need to be careful with that one."
Wait, what are you talking about?
And then he lets go and walks back to stand next to Arcadium. And then you would look back and Arcadium's like, "Go on."
Yeah, and Stag very quickly plasters a smile over her face again, like but she's shaken by that. As she like makes her way down the stairs and starts to approach X.
I think X's back is to you, and they haven't really noticed that everyone has parted until like you're coming up to them, and they turn and look at you, I think, with again like a crack of genuine surprise, like, "Oh, you're there, you look beautiful," and they like school their face back, kind of with the same vivid expression that pulled across their face in the dress shop, like before Agony had jumped to the front. That kind of comes over them again, but instead of like pulling their eyes to the ground and gay panic shuffling off into the dressing room, they continue to stare at you like they refuse to take their eyes off of you. And their eyebrows raise, they tilt their head. The bell doesn't ring when they do. "Stag."
"Hi. Can I have this dance?"
"Oh, are we supposed to be dancing?"
"Yeah, it's like the first dance. I'm sorry, I forgot to mention it to you between all the stuff happening."
"No, it's okay. I can dance." And X moves forward and starts to lead Stag.
And the light has shifted, so it's like slowly been coming down, right? And then it almost seems like the only light that exists in this room is the refracted light through that multi-story chandelier. And it's almost playing like a disco ball across like the floor and your bodies. But nowhere else in the room. It is isolated to the two of you.
And I think like every few steps, it shifts who's leading. So it's like this back and forth, like fluid water, like blood circling a heart, like into and then out of, and then into and then out of, as X starts to move with, I think, surprising dexterity, and like they have read about this dance in a book and they know how to do it. But their body like obeys every movement that they ask it to do. And they step into it with a lot of grace and a lot of care, and they are still kind of staring at you with that same intensity.
Can we get a
Stag?
go ahead.
Sorry, go ahead.
I was gonna say, can we get a peek at X's inner monologue right now?
Inside, X is transfixed. They're trying to pull every single moment and crystallize it into some kind of perfect memory, to hold Stag in their mind, every angle, every inch of her face, every way that the light hits them, and finds that every time they try to force those things into their mind, into their memory, it's like it's consumed by a fire, and the ash is getting like thicker and thicker in their blood, where they are being pulled in directions that they cannot possibly reckon with. It's this inner monologue of, she's beautiful, I love her, I have to kill her. She's beautiful, I love her, I have to kill her. Just over and over and over again, but the words never really come, right? The words don't make sense yet because X doesn't know what it even means. But they need to. They can't yet. They can't yet. They need to dance with them. They need to have a first dance and then a second dance and then a third dance, and then maybe it'll be okay. Then maybe they will have enough of a memory to be able to hold on to her. Maybe.
Stag.
Stag is looking down at you, surprised at first at being led, but then easily yields to it and drops into the rhythm of leading, following, leading, following. I think, if it's cool with you, C, that at least on Stag's side, it's very natural. It like feels like two puzzle pieces that just sort of click together when she dances with you, like almost like you've been dancing together your whole life. And like Stag almost seems surprised by how easy it is. There's no like clumsy misstep or, oh, do I go here? You go there. Oh, we're going to do like none of that. It's just like water flowing. Like you mentioned, like that blood circling the ventricles of a heart. And Stag in this public yet so private, in this open yet so intimate, in this performative yet vulnerable moment, she looks down at you and says in a voice at a timbre and volume only you can hear. She's never dropped her voice so low before. She's usually so brash, so open, a little bit oblivious, but here she suddenly seems extremely aware. Not just aware of herself, but aware of you. So she speaks in a way that is private between the two of us. And Stag says, "Hey, X. I know you've been going through something recently. I don't exactly know what it is, but I just want you to know that you can always talk to me. I mean that. Seriously. And for what it's worth, I wanted to invite you here as my date because I actually really do like you. I think I've liked you ever since you punched me in the face that one time when you were sleepwalking. And I've just liked you more and more every day after that. And I want you to know that I'm really glad I met you. I didn't really know who I was before you, and I'm still figuring that out, but you're the first person to ever hear my music. And I don't just mean, like, physically, literally. I mean, like, in a real way. And because of you, I feel like maybe one day I'll be brave enough to share it with everyone else. So, thanks.
Thank you. I don't think I knew that I could feel how I feel. Your music is the only thing that lets me sleep. And I think I like you too. I think I really like you too. But Stag, and X kind of changes the rhythm like for a moment, and they pull in kind of close with this urgency. Stag, what if you were brave now?
Now?
What if you were brave now? What if you didn't ascend?
Huh?
What if you didn't ascend?
What do you mean by that? Like just like didn't?
Yeah. What if you were a musician? Or a dance partner? Or wrote songs? Or had your own music shop?
Oh. I could do both, right? I could.
You can't do both. And I think that's the moment where the first misstep happens, where X kind of literally just stops dancing, but you can't. And then if you didn't, I wouldn't have to. If you didn't, I wouldn't have to kill
what?
you.
Huh?
I think seeing
Kill
that
me?
you have stopped dancing, the band sort of awkwardly stops. And then there's an uncomfortable pause while you two stare at each other. And then someone starts a slow clap and you get their applause. And then Salazar sweeps in. I think in a charismatic attempt to save the moment from awkwardness, and he's sort of dragged the rest of your crew together, and he's pulling all of you over to what is essentially a photo booth, and it's in the corner of the room. The music has started back up. People are spilling back out into that center space and starting dancing together on their own. And this photo booth basically can, sort of like the dining table, sort of grow and expand and shrink to accommodate whatever amount of people that are trying to fit in. So your entire cohort is able to fit in. And Salazar brings a great energy and I think is really good at like building everyone up and sort of getting them in that headspace. But I think, so everybody's smiling in the photo except for Stag, who is, what's the expression you have on your face in the photo?
She just looks shocked. Like her eyes are wide, her brow is drawn, her mouth is slightly open, and she's just staring at X, even in the photo, as she's just going like, wait, what are you, X, what are you talking about? What? And then like she glances briefly at the camera, so she just looks like a startled deer.
Yeah.
Like a
I love
stag
it.
that's jumped out in the
And
middle
there's
of the
like,
road. And
it's
is
like
just staring.
4 photos at the end of it. So it's like, you're gonna go through a series, it's like a flip book almost. What about for Ecstasy?
Ecstasy looks also rather startled and empty, like, but the mask comes on not the first time. I think the first photo they literally flinch and they look kind of afraid as the flash goes off. And then the second one they're able to like, there's literally a progression in the photos of them putting the mask back on until like there is a stony face wearing the idea of a smile at the end.
Awesome. So y'all take the photos and then all of you spill out and it's printing enough for each of you to have one. And everybody's sort of coupled up and sparse, like spacing out a little bit to look at their photos until it's just the 2 of you left at the photo booth, sort of like you haven't picked up the string yet, or maybe you have and you're just sort of staring blankly at it. But then a few things happen in very quick succession. Ciro, you get just a ping down the bond, and you know your patroness is there. Yes. You look over to one of the wings. She's standing like in one of the arched doors that leads out into one of the inner sanctums, and her arms are crossed. She's a gigantic woman. She's got iridescent skin almost, and her huge lunar moth wings are sort of her outfit because all she is wearing is this very gossamer gown. And she makes eye contact with you when you turn around and gives you one of these. And she looks fucking pissed. The next thing that happens, Baru, You have literal, like, I think everybody has literal dance cards, like a la Good Society kind of thing. And Talana and you are looking over your photos, and she's really happy, and I think you're both like vibing. And then there seems to be like a line of suitors that are kind of behind you, and they're all sort of like craning to see, like, they don't want to interrupt, but they do want to like ask you about a dance later. And a few of them are like looking really nervous. And, you know, some of them maybe you recognize from school and they've never shown this attention to you before. And some of them are just like, you know, friends of the family or otherwise, you know, coming on in for as like party fillers essentially. But they have huge heart eyes for Baru, and they are standing and waiting. Jaisha, you wander off with Aurora, and I think there's this moment where she has you sort of pinned against a pillar. Not like that, well, kind of like that. And she's being very flirtatious, and she's sipping from her wine glass in a seductive way, and she goes in for a kiss, but as she does it, you see someone behind her. There's a hooded figure that walks past and stops to look at you, and you see out of the corner of your eye when they turn a broken beak. It's Kleka, who is passing through the party trying to go unnoticed. Stag. Your father pulls you aside. Of course, it's Yangshen. Pulls you aside, and he, in a hushed voice, is like, I can't take this any longer. I know about the music.
What? That, sir, what? Huh?
And that's not the only thing I know about.
Wait, what are you talking about?
What do you think I'm talking about?
If you know when you've been caught and like your heart just drops, like it just plummets into your gut, and there's a feeling of disreality that comes over you, and a part of you that's like, I'm dreaming. Like, this can't be real. Like, this is like a dream. I'm gonna wake up any minute now. And Stag's just sort of like staring slack-jawed, like agaw at her dad. Well, I really don't know what you're talking about, sir.
And why, for the love of all that is sacred, would you spend your time with one of them? And their eyes shoot over at Ecstasy. Ecstasy, there's a brief moment where they both look over at you, and then they look back, and they're not focused on you anymore. And there's a small tug on your elbow. And it leads you into one of the few shadows in the room. And the figure before you leans in close and goes, do not let the final mercy get crossed out. You know what happened to Eve. And that's the end of our season 1 finale. Thank you all so much for joining us. I very much appreciate it. I thought one cliffhanger wouldn't be enough, so I gave you 5, and I have another one in my back pocket. So, so let's go around the horn. Everybody say who you are, where they can find you. See, you want to start?
No, I don't want to start, Vana, but fuck, I will. Oh my lord. Hi everyone. How we doing? How we feeling? Are you as sweaty as I am?
I'm so sweaty.
I don't know, because I'm really exceptionally sweaty. I actually can't tell you how sweaty I am. Hi, I'm C. I use they them pronouns. I'm gonna have an aneurysm. I've played Ecstasy, he uses they them pronouns, whose dad is here. By the way, that's, or maybe, I don't know who was talking to them. I assumed it was maybe their dad. I don't know. Who knows? There's a voice talking to them. But you know, everything's cool and fun and fine. They have to kill the person they love, and they've got a demon inside them. And that's like good for them. I think. Good for them, ecstasy.
Good for them.
Admit your feelings and then do some murder. I support ecstasy's rights and their wrongs. So if you liked what I did here tonight, you like what I do other places. First of all, Vana, this has been such an exceptional finale. I love higher education. I love all of my fellow table mates. I literally adore all of you. And I cannot thank you enough for an amazing first season. But also, if you want to see what I'm doing, there's another finale tonight. Connie will talk about it more, but the Transplanter RPGs, The Second Stranger, is wrapping up our entire 8-season, 3-year-long campaign tonight at 8 p.m. U.S. Eastern Time. Please come. It would mean the world to me to see y'all in chat. Connie will talk about it more, because if I try to talk about it, I'm going to start sobbing. Have you ever seen 9 people sob? You will tonight.
You're about to.
Okay, that's enough. I have no more. Hamna? I would just like you to know that I'm in denial about Transplanter ending, so note that down. Hello, everybody. My name is Hamna. I use any and all pronouns, and tonight I have been Jaysha, who uses they, Ray pronouns, and Jaysha's having a pretty good time, actually. You know, they're getting closer to learning about Rare family. They got a girlfriend now, so like that's amazing. I'm having a good time. I don't think anything's wrong, and I think we should all stop pretending like stuff is wrong. I am a tabletop performer. You can find me on Twitter at @shahid_, where I talk about all of the different projects I'm a part of. Actually, all of the APs that I'm on are either taking a break or ending right now, so I'm going to be on a little bit of a hiatus, but keep your eyes peeled on the Nameless Domain's Twitter over the next month, because we will be slowly revealing, teasing a very cool project that I've been producing for a while named Guria. So yeah, go check out Nameless Domain on Twitter to see more about that. There's a very funky trailer out that we put. And with that, I will pass it over to Drac.
I was muted. Hi, I'm Drac, or Draconics. You can find me on Twitter at Draconics. That's DRAKONIQUES. Yeah, that was a lot. I think Bari's still kind of staring at the picture and talking to Talana, so I don't think even he's aware that there's a line of people wanting to dance with him. And that probably going to be the least of his concerns once we realize that Klekker's around. I'm really excited for season 2. You can follow me on Twitter. I'm in a bunch of stuff. On Thursdays at 10 a.m. Eastern, I'm over on Roll For It in a Pathfinder 2nd Edition campaign called Veltorn, where I play a character who's episode 2 made a deal with the devil. So like right off the gate, working perfectly. And on Tuesdays at 4 p.m. Eastern, you can find me over on Table Story in a campaign called Kingmakers, where we are playing kings to be and their wards who recently ended up in New York City, modern time New York City. So we're trying to navigate and figure that out. And we recently used magic to something very cool happened. My character's gay love interest confessed to him and they kissed. It was great. It was very cute. So watch it to just see that specific scene because it's that good. But yeah, there's a bunch of stuff I'm working on that you're going to see in the works and be put out there soon. My brain is still fried after this episode. I was going to pass it over to Connie.
Yeah. Hello, everyone. I've been Connie. My pronouns are they, he, and she. You can find me across the internet at by Connie Chong. That's BYCONNIECHANG. I've been Mystigoak, Stag, Zoa Graves, they, she, Goliath Barbarian, who is... this entire time I've said Stag's been in a high school musical movie. She's switching genres. She's starting to change genres now, and it is going to be painful and traumatic for Stag. And that's all I'm going to say. She's changing genres, awakening to many things, many emotions and feelings involving X and everyone else. Outside of this has been such an amazing finale. I'm literally geeking out about it. I'm screaming, I'm still in shock. Vana, you are a monster in the best way. Though speaking of finales, as C mentioned, tonight is indeed the grand finale of The Second Stranger on Transplanar RPG. This show has been 8 arcs long, over 120 episodes, I think, total by the time we ended it. Tonight at 8 p.m. US Eastern Time on Transplanar RPG on twitch.tv, we are an all-transgender, POC-led dark fantasy show set in an original, non-colonial, anti-Orientalist world based off various Asian mythologies. If you like gay, queer, trans drama, romance, love, and hope set against the backdrop of a fucking apocalypse, you will love The Second Stranger. And as of tonight, the entire series will be bingeable. It'll be bingeable on our YouTube, on our Twitch, even on our podcast. Our podcast backlog is scheduled to catch up before spring hits. So that's a thing. It's really emotional, and it is a labor of love, and I'm so proud to have been the GM for The Second Stranger, and it would mean so much to me if you all showed up tonight. Showed up and showed out. And with that, I will pass things over to Liv.
Hi. I don't have anything as exciting as heartfelt, although this is actually me revealing a secret. I have been wanting to watch The Second Stranger, but Connie keeps like hyping up this finale, and I'm like, you know what? I am gonna binge it. That is what I've decided to do. So I'm very, very excited. And you should too. You should go check it out if you haven't already. Oh, and then like we can live tweet it. Ooh. Anyway. Let me talk about the things that I do. Hi, everybody. I'm Liv. I use she, they pronouns. I am a TTRPG performer. Gonna miss my Saturdays with everybody here, but only for a little bit longer. But also, when I come back, my pseudo mom is going to yell at me, and that's not very fun. But otherwise, you can catch me over on Mondays, Under the Table, over on Total Party Chill. Under the Table is a indie-focused TTRPG stream. Basically, we'll do anything that's not Dungeons and Dragons and Pathfinders and stuff. And this season is Nimbus Break, where we are like cloud pirates, secrets. Just come and check it out. And then over on the Lost Caravan, I am playing Agent Micro for Delta Green. Agent Micro is a DEA agent who is fighting monsters by moonlight. Yep. In the 90s.
So Sailor Moon.
I'm picturing Sailor Moon as a DEA agent now, and I'm like, that seems really fucked up.
Yeah, it is a very fucked up game, Vana. You're so right. Why don't you take it over?
Hi, I've been your GM producer / et al. And you can find me here at twitch.tv/Vana, VANA, or on any socials at Havanarama. HAVANARAMA. I'm gonna do a interstitial campaign that's hopefully gonna be Love Island hack of Good Society, so stay tuned for that. And then hopefully we'll be back for a second season, and maybe we can resolve a couple things that came up at the end there. But until then, y'all, please make sure you follow our cast on their socials. Please make sure you tune in for Transplanar tonight. It is an incredible work of love and time and energy and fucking creative blasphemy in the best way. Working beyond the bounds of what should exist but does, and goddamn, we're grateful. So tune in for that at 8 p.m., yeah? At Transplanar RPG. And until then, y'all take care of yourselves. I'm going to raid a friendo. But, you know, I'll see you over in the Transplanar chat shortly. Goodbye. Bye, Bobo.